rise.
All right, very good. Thank you. Everyone have a seat. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hope you all enjoyed your weekend, your time off. So while we were on our weekend recess, did anybody watch, listen to, read any news accounts or social media accounts related to this case? Anything? Did anybody talk to anybody about anything related to this case? Did anybody do any independent investigation or research regarding this case? Okay, very good. We're ready to proceed. And we've attempted to cut down the glare on the screen. So if you can't see the evidence, stop and let us know, because obviously it's important that you all see the evidence. So if the glare is so bad that it's really impacting your ability to see the evidence, just let us know, okay? All right, state, who's going to be your next witness?
The state calls Alicia Kaufman. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Alicia Kaufman, Kaufman.
Ms. Kaufman, how are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator?
About 15 years.
Back on June 25th of 2024, did you respond to the Tampa Police impound lot to assist with processing a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that pursuant to a search warrant that was obtained by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working alongside homicide detectives?
Yes, ma'am. It would be, believe Detective Alverson and Detective Kirkpatrick.
And was the vehicle that you were processing, was that the black Dodge Charger belonging to the victim, in this case, Charles Jones?
I do know that it was a Charger, but at that point in time, I didn't know who actually it belonged to.
What was your role when processing that black Dodge Charger?
I was advised by the detectives that the first portion of the search warrant had been completed, the swabs, other photographs, etc. And my sole job was going to be to photograph further and document the damage and potentially pull any projectiles from that vehicle.
So there had already been a crime scene investigator who had already done those things that you have just mentioned, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How did the vehicle appear then when you came to the impound lot?
It was in one of the secured bays, and it had what we would call as yellow markers or yellow stickers. They look like little rulers. They have our police department logo on them. And with that being on there, that indicates to me that something had either been notated or prior photographed and documented.
And you said the detectives briefed you that they had already had the vehicle processed for swabs for DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, that they had already gone through the entire vehicle.
As well as the photographing the damage to the exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Part of what you were documenting was that to do the interior of the vehicle and to collect any sort of projectiles or bullet fragments that were still contained inside the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification state 68A through double K. Did you previously look at all of these photographs before coming to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would introduce into evidence 68A through KK.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted?
And Ms. Kaufman, do all of those photographs fairly and accurately represent the photographs that you took showing the different damage and some of the projectiles that you recovered from the interior of the black Dodge Charger?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a projectile that you recovered from this vehicle that still appeared to be intact?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that located?
I believe I notated it as like a hinge hood. So when you open the hood of the vehicle, in this particular case, the vehicle opened normally where the hood opens towards the windshield. And in the corner, up near the windshield of the driver's side, there's kind of a groove or a divot where the wires come, and it was right there up in that area.
Do you document with photographs that entire path, opening the hood, as well as the location and close-ups of what you've just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Please tell us what you are documenting in 68B. Let me put that down a little bit.
So in this particular photograph, that's just going to show that the hood is open. And again, those yellow stickers were there prior to my arrival.
And can you point out where it is ultimately that you locate that projectile that's still intact?
Sure. Good to get up?
Yes, ma'am.
It's definitely a little difficult from here to see, but if you see the corner where the hinge comes to the hood, there's almost like a leaf that's orange, a little off-center, and it's right about there in that particular area.
And 68C, if you want to stand up just for these next series. 68C, is that a close-up of that area that you're talking about?
Yes. So you'll see, again, there's that hinge, or the corner, you have your hinge coming down here, and then right kind of underneath where that parallel line comes, it breaks. It's hard to see, just because of the shadows, but there's a further documentation after that.
68D,
So that's gonna be, you can actually see where it comes down, that parallel again. So we're kind of leading into this photo to show that very almost shiny, metallic looking item there in the middle, kind of lower, almost the center of the photograph there.
and then 68E.
That's my hand, just removing the projectile, again with what we would use as a measure, just basically showing it close up.
And that was the one projectile that you found still intact, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
Please tell me what 68F shows.
Excuse me. So that is going to be the driver's seat, as well as the headrest to the driver's seat.
And can you show damage from projectiles in this particular photograph?
Yes, you can actually see, due to the headrest being dark colored, all of those little white spots and fragments are potential damage there.
68G, what part of the vehicle is this?
That's actually going to be the back of the driver's side headrest. You can see the steering wheel in the forward of the picture, notating that we're still on the driver's side, and then that's just an opposite, so that way we can get both sides of that headrest.
And again, in this photograph, can you see damage that has been caused by projectiles in this particular, in the back driver's seat of the headrest?
Yes, particularly if you're looking at the actual driver's seat, those two notations correct over there on the right side. I believe that's the driver's side. Yes.
Sorry about that.
That's
There
okay.
we go.
That's all right. Wanted to make sure that we have them notated and separated. That's going to be the driver's side headrest. We're looking at this particular photograph is the front. Once we removed it, in order to actually document it better and further.
68I,
Now we're going to go in and do kind of like the, again, those overalls. Now we're in a mid-range, just showing the damage as well as a marker, or as well as a measure in this one.
then 68J, is that another close-up of 68I?
That's correct.
Did you do the same process for the back of the driver's side headrest?
Yes, ma'am.
68K,
So again, notating that we're in the back of the driver's side headrest now. Those are the same two spots that you noticed on the photograph of the seat when it was actually still intact.
And do those correspond with the holes that are in front of the headrest on the driver's side?
For the most part, it's a little difficult.
Is there kind of at an angle?
Yes.
68L, what are you documenting here?
So that's going to be the passenger seat headrest once it was removed. Again, we're looking at the front of it.
And again, is there damage caused by projectiles to the passenger seat headrest?
There is damage to the lower, if you look at the lower corner, correct, right there.
68M,
We're just kind of going in, looking at a mid-range without that measure.
68N,
And that's showing the measure with the same damage that we saw in that prior picture.
does this show, can you see another area that's kind of damaged to the seat a little bit lower in this photograph?
Yes, it actually shows both pieces. One up by the 4 on the top of the measure and one actually closer to the 4 on the latter part of the measure.
And then 68O, is that a close-up of the damage to the lower part that was displayed in 68N?
Correct.
Please tell us what is in 68P.
I believe that that is going to be the back of the passenger headrest.
What are you documenting in 68Q?
So this is going to be what we would call the B pillar of the vehicle. It's that pillar that runs between the driver or the front door and the back door. And right dead center, you'll see the actual line of the black B pillar. And then there's a giant white spot. That's a strike or potential damage. So we're just kind of getting that overall angle so that we can maneuver in, so that we can see how we're moving forward in our photos.
Okay. You also see damage to the window of the driver's door, is that correct?
Correct.
And then 68R. Is that the same area in the center of the photo, just at a better angle?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you documenting in 68S?
So now we've moved to the back seats, just kind of documenting overall in the back seat at this point in time.
And what is kind of the different particles that are in the seat that are kind of green and white?
It's going to be fractured glass.
.68T.
So again, we're looking in from the driver's side of the vehicle. So to the right side of the photograph, you're going to have the rear driver's seat moving over from right to left. Then we'll have the center seat and then obviously the rear passenger seat on the other side. And we're just documenting in this photograph the seat back as well as the seat headrests.
Can you point out which seat has damage by projectile?
Actually, they all have pretty much damage. In this particular photo, we're looking mainly at this one here, the rear driver's side, and then it's hard to see, but you'll get into the other photos and you'll see a little bit more damage there.
68U.
So this is the center of the back seat.
And then 68V.
And now we're going to be looking at the rear passenger seat back itself.
And in this photo, can you again see any sort of damage caused by projectiles?
Yes, up in what would be your right shoulder area, you can see some damage there.
I'm going to show you 68X. What are you depicting in this photograph?
This is going to be damage to the rear passenger side seat. up near the top where the seat back is, or where the headrest is. You can kind of
Can you
see
see
it. It's a little faint, but it's next to the one, between the 1 and the 2 there.
And just for reference, is the tan in the photo, is that depicted back in 68 feet?
Yes, the tan is.
68Y,
Just a closer up photo. Again, you can see it kind of mid-range between the 2 and the 2 there.
Z.
Just some further damage. That one again is a little hard to see, but it's equivalent to the 3 on the side, and then kind of below the 2, 3 marker there.
Going to 68AA.
So that's going to be the back of the rear driver's seat once we had pulled it out and removed it.
And did you see any sort of damage or strikes to the bottom?
Not to my recollection on the bottom.
68BB.
So that's going to be damage. I believe that's the middle seat.
Again, can you, for the record, just kind of designate where it is located in the photograph?
Sure. It's actually pretty much center in the photograph itself, at the 2 and the 2 mark there.
What is in 68CC?
That is going to be the seats once they were removed. That's going to be your middle seat and your driver's seat.
And we're still looking at the front of that, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, can you see damage in this particular photograph from projectile strikes?
Yes, it's going to be in the actual headrest up on the right. Then you can see in the tan portion where that line comes down. And then it's a little harder to see, but between the headrest, there's actually some more damage there.
68DD.
That's going to be kind of between those headrests.
A
The
close-up
damage you'll-
from when we just looked at 68CC.
Correct.
68EE.
So now we're in that, we're doing a mid-range photo again. That's going to be the driver, the rear driver. Dead center, you'll notice kind of the discoloration coming down right at the line that goes up and down as well as the vertical line. And the the horizontal line.
68FF, what are we looking at?
It's going to be the back of the seats for the middle and the driver.
And in this particular photo, can you see damage from a projectile strike?
You can, there's some small damage down on the bottom to the right. Right there, there's some damage pretty much in the center on that particular photo.
68GG.
So that's just marking where that is, especially because it's kind of hard to see without that marker, specifically saying where it is on the photo.
And then 66AA, is that a close-up of the damage that was at the lower end of that seat?
Correct.
What are you doing in 68II?
So peeling back, you could actually almost feel the in this particular case, the copper jacketing that's underneath there. So I just took my knife, peeled that layer back, and located that jacketing, and that's going to be right in the center of the photograph, yes ma'am, at the headrests between the center seat and the side seat.
68JJ, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So there's a lot going on here, but what we're really focusing on and depicting is the driver's side door is open. we're looking into the driver's side at the dashboard area, but we're focused mainly on that item of damage there, correct?
Okay. And is that a projectile strike that is kind of going into that dashboard area on the lower driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
68 double K.
So now we're doing a closer up photograph of that with the measure again.
After you basically peeled back some of the seats and pulled out various parts of the car, can you tell the jury, I know that there was one intact projectile that was found in the hood area. What other either projectiles or fragments did you locate?
I did locate some other, what I would call as fragments or debris, pieces of metal, essentially, from some of the seat rests, as well as, I believe, a small sliver came out of the dashboard.
The part of the back or that seat that you peeled back and you kind of saw a fragment, was that the only other thing other than the projectile that you could qualify as a fragment? Were the other pieces that you qualified as debris too small or too tiny to be able to truly discern if it came from a projectile?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment? Yes. Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination? Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, very good. You're free to go. All right, who's your next witness?
Judge, our next witness is Detective Kaylin Stahl.
Right this way. Raise our hand.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the I'll let you get situated, sorry.
First name is Kaylin Skull, S-C-U-L-L.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Tampa Police Department,
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
approximately 14 years.
What unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm assigned to a firearm investigations unit,
How long have you been in the Firearms Investigation Unit?
approximately 6 years.
What prior assignments at the Tampa Police Department did you have before being put in the Firearms Investigation Unit?
I was assigned to a narcotics unit and patrol with street crimes unit.
As part of the Firearms Investigative Unit, are you also a member and cross-designated as a member of the ATF Task Force?
Yes, I am.
What are your duties as an ATF Task Force officer?
We investigate violent crimes with firearm cases, commercial robbery cases, long-term trafficking cases with firearms, any violent nexus to a crime involving a gun.
Does your unit respond to homicide scenes?
Yes, we do.
What type of homicide cases does your unit respond to?
Anything that homicide will ask for our assistance on, usually it's either mass shootings or 3 or more people, any high-profile case that they may deem may be high-profile at the time, or anything that they need assistance on from ATF.
Did you respond to the home to suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive in Tampa, Florida?
I did.
Did you respond to that area on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
What time did you approximately arrive at that location?
It was just before 9 o'clock, around 8:45 or so.
Was there already law enforcement presence in the area at that time?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe the type of law enforcement presence at that time?
When I arrived on scene, I parked on Fowler Avenue in the, like the grass area, side of the road. There was approximately 10 or 12 law enforcement vehicles already there. There was a large, I observed crime scene tape around the perimeter of the hotels. I saw multiple law enforcement members, crime scene vans, stuff like that.
When you first arrived, did you meet with other officers from the Tampa Police Department for a briefing?
When I first arrived, I met with the officer holding the perimeter. He had a crime scene log, so I checked in, then went over and talked to the homicide unit, which I believe was the sergeant at the time, Rachel Cholnick, and then another detective from my unit, which is Detective Michael McNamara.
Sergeant Rachel Cholnick, she is the sergeant of the homicide division, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you said you also met with Detective McNamara with your unit.
I did, yes.
Were you at that time apprised of the investigation of what had occurred prior to you arriving?
Limited information. I was told that there was a deceased individual in the vehicle. I was told that he had maybe a rapper from Jacksonville area. And then there was the scene had started in the back of the hotel from where I originally arrived to meet with detective and sergeant.
What did you do at the scene?
After I was briefed on limited information, I kind of just walked the scene. I was looking for two other special agents with ATF. I was told that were en route. Wasn't sure if they were on scene yet or not. Went around to where the shooting had initiated, which is the front of the hotel, and met with street crime units from Tampa Police Department.
I'm going to show you, it's already into Evidence States Exhibit 1. Can you take a look behind you and see that? I'm going to blow it up a little bit. You said, where did you first come in at and where did you park?
You want to stand? Or just-
Yes, absolutely.
So this is Fowler Avenue here. This little grass area in front of this where we have the sidewalk. This is where I parked, and this is where all the law enforcement vehicles were kind of staged, where they could not get into the hotel itself.
Okay. And you said that you entered the crime scene, is that correct?
I did. I walked down the grass area, walked to this opening here, which is the drive, and then met under some trees, which was, I believe it's this area here, the street on the right side in front of the hotel.
Where did you do your walkthrough?
So when I arrived and met with them, there was a black Dodge Charger that was situated between Holiday Inn and those tree lines there, which I believe is where the victim was in the vehicle. And then I kind of walked down, I saw a path of what I believe the vehicle fluid from either a radiator or a transmission coming all the way down this little grass area in between the two hotels, through the grass, all the way down. And I kind of made my way where the initiated shooting was, which is in front of where it says Sarah Zuniga Natural Horse Training, this little overhang here.
Okay.
And then the crime scene, or the street crime unit were kind of in that side of the parking lot, and I met with Detective Andrew Trotter.
When you met with Detective Trotta, was there some damage to a vehicle that was pointed out to you?
There was, yes.
What sort of vehicle was it? And can you point out on States Exhibit 1, this diagram, where it was parked and located?
It was a yellow, I believe it was a Ford Bronco, or I'm sorry, maybe yellow or light orange. You can see a small little vehicle in these parking spots here. Maybe it was the second or third open available space there.
And did you note any sort of damage to that vehicle after you were alerted by Detective Trotta?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 17A through D. Did I previously show you these photographs?
Yes.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately represent that yellow vehicle that had sustained damage by a projectile and where it was located at the time on June 23rd of 2024?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, we've introduced into Evidence States 16A through K. Any objection?
No objection.
Oh, it's 17A through K, I apologize.
Okay? Okay, admitted.
And you said previously on States Exhibit 1, it was parked in this area in the lower kind of center of the picture where there's some parking spaces near this kind of grassy field.
That is correct, yes.
What is in 17A?
That's the yellow Ford Bronco.
17B, is that a close-up of the tab?
Yes, it is.
And then 17C, in this photograph, can you see where the damage from the projectile strike is on the vehicle?
Yes.
Can you stand up and point it out where it is and describe the location?
Strictly above the gas tap door, it's a different color, than the paint color, it's a silver color.
This
That's
area
where-
right here?
Yes, that's where the projectile entered the vehicle.
And then 17D,
Same projectile, just a close-up of it.
and can you tell us what it is? Is there any significance to this particular photograph?
Yes, it seems the entry point of the projectile entered from the front of the vehicle towards the back of the vehicle.
So if you go back to 17C, where would be the location of the shooter when they are firing this particular projectile?
It's my belief that they were in front of the vehicle, firing towards the back of the vehicle.
And then again, going back to 17D, can you show what is the basis of that?
You can see the projectile, how it's like an arrow-type shape. It enters the vehicle on this portion here, scrapes the side of the vehicle, and actually enters to the back portion.
Then I'm going to go put States Exhibit 1 again. So based on this photograph, can you kind of tell us the general area where the shooter would have been at that point when that yellow vehicle was struck?
My belief would be somewhere in this light-colored area near the parking spot in the grass, maybe either on the parking bumper, in the grass, or just in front of the vehicle itself.
You can go ahead and have a seat. After you saw the damage to that particular vehicle, did you yourself start looking for casings that could have been left behind by the shooter in that area, that general area where you believe the shooter would have had to stand in order to make that projectile strike?
I did.
Were you able to find any sort of casings in that area?
No, I was not.
After you saw the damage to the vehicle, did you alert the crime scene investigators so that they could take photographs and document the area as well as the damage to that vehicle?
Yes.
Were you also asked to assist in narrowing down a vehicle that was located in the Home to Suites video footage?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to look and see a vehicle that was a black Chevy Impala and asked to see whether or not you could narrow down the year of that vehicle?
I was told on scene that the belief was a later year model vehicle. My belief it was earlier than that, so I did some research on it.
Can you tell the jury how it is that you research the vehicle and what sort of databases you're looking at to kind of narrow down the field and the year of that particular vehicle that is being showed in the surveillance video from Home to Suites?
Yeah, so I saw the video of the vehicle, realized it was a Chevrolet Impala, believed it was a between a 2006 to 2000 maybe 15 or so vehicle. Researched the generations within that Chevy model and realized it was a 9th generation model Impala. Those years were 2006 to 2013. I pulled up all of the trim levels on a 2006 to 2013 Chevrolet Impala, which are LS, LT, and LTZ, and I broke down which each exterior characteristics are for each trim. I put all those on a spreadsheet, and then looked at the trims for each year, looked at the video again, and I noticed some identifiers in the exterior vehicle that were not in each year of the trim or each trim itself. I narrowed it down to an LTZ trim based on a GM emblem that is on the front quarter panel of the vehicle, which was only on 2008 and 2009. I also saw that it was the upgraded wheels on the LTZ, which is a different year than the 2007. There was a 2008 wheel because the spokes were a little bit wider. It had the rear spoiler, which is on the 2008 and 2009 vehicle. And then I noticed that it had potentially body color matching door handles from the video. There was a little bit of light on the door handles, so I wasn't sure if they were chrome or body color matching. Through the research of the LTZ, the 2008 and 2009, 2008 had body color, 2009 had chrome, so I nailed down my search to an 08 or 09 Chevrolet Impala. I then, through my research, was told that they were from Jacksonville, so I took the VIN, researched.
Let me stop you right there.
Sorry.
That's okay. So did you have an interest in cars before becoming a member of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you been interested in cars?
Well, I'm 42 now, so since I was a small kid, so.
So you have talked about some different trims that are available on the Chevy Impala, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And based on you researching the different types of features on the particular vehicle that is depicted in the Home to Suites video, you could narrow it down to the year based on the particular year and model and the features and the trim that were available that were unique to each year. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so far, based on the appearance of that black Chevy Impala, you said that you were able to narrow it down to 2008 and 2009. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, I want to ask you, now you've mentioned the VIN. Is there unique numbers in the VIN that correspond to trim features?
Yes, the 4th through 8th digit in the trim correspond to trim levels on particular vehicles.
So is that how you're able to come up with a potential VIN number for our suspect vehicle?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, I imagine there's more than one 2008 or 2009 black Chevy Impala, so are you getting more than one VIN?
Yes, I researched the VINs and broke down the LTZ trim within the VIN number and was able to verify that the trim for LTZ is the letters W and U in the VIN number.
Okay. So that is how you're coming up with a possible selection of vehicles that may have been involved in this particular case and may be the black Chevy Impala in the Home to Suites video. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Sustain as to leading.
Okay. After you come up with the VIN, are you asked, is there a further way that you can narrow down your search to possible Dodge Chargers relevant to this investigation?
You mean Impalas?
Yeah, what did I say? Charger?
Impalas.
I meant Impala. That's correct.
And can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Yes. What did you do after you were able to get VIN numbers in the state of Florida to that particular LTZ trim of 2008 and 2009 black Chevy Impalas? How could you further narrow it down to be relevant to this particular investigation?
So I researched a website we have access to in law enforcement. It's a DMV website. I inputted 2008, 2009 Chevrolet Impala with LTZ trim black and then selected Duval County, which is overseas Jacksonville.
And why are you selecting Duval County?
I was told originally that the suspect may be from Jacksonville because the victim was from Jacksonville.
When you access that database, how many vehicles, black Chevy Impalas, did it become narrowed down to at that point?
3.
After you had 3 black Chevy Impalas, LTZ trim, between 2008, 2009, is there further analysis that the Tampa Police Department can do to assist in further narrowing it down?
There is. We utilize license plate readers. I provided my 3 vehicles to an analyst with homicide, who was Brittany Jackson. I told her these are the vehicles that I was able to populate and come up with. And then I was later told that there was a confirmation of a vehicle.
One of those 3 that actually were picked up on a license plate reader in Tampa during the weekend of the homicide, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for the black Chevy Impala LTZ trim for Florida tag number 68DLWD?
Yes.
Now, does your member as the ATF task force, do you also sometimes assist in being able to collect shell casings to determine whether or not DNA can possibly be collected and identified on shell casings from a crime scene?
Yes,
Was that done in this particular case?
it was.
Were you notified that there were 31 shell casings that had been collected, 31 9mm shell casings that had been collected at this particular crime scene?
I was.
Did ATF and your role in ATF, did they eventually collect 30 of those 31 shell casings?
They did.
And was it for what specific purpose?
The 30 were going to go to an ATF national lab for analysis. One was left over for other investigation purposes.
And if they are going to be tested for DNA and DNA analysis, is there a special packaging that those shell casings have to be packaged in?
There is.
Can you describe that for us?
Yeah, it's a black plastic cylinder tube. It has points inside of it that hold a casing. What that is for is so it doesn't rattle around. It can't touch any other items within a bag or anything. Basically preserves the DNA within that collection tube.
Protect the integrity of the evidence that may be contained on that shell casing, is that correct?
That is correct.
And one of the shell casings was to remain in Tampa Police Department, is that correct, for them to do their own testings and comparisons?
It was.
And at some point, did you assist with the transporting of the shell casings back to Tampa Police Department custody after the testing had been completed?
I did.
Can you tell the jury how those shell casings are transported from the scene, and where is the testing done for ATF?
So the typical process is we collect crime scene collects the tubes. They're put into, crime scene does their thing with the tubes. They put them in bags, package them. Then as agents and task force officers will remove those casings within their packaging. We will transport them through commercial airline to Maryland, and then directly hand them to an analyst or a biology supervisor at the national lab with ATF.
And what the lab is testing for, what is the lab testing for when they're doing this process?
Their initial process is just to see if there's presence of DNA on a casing to begin, if they have enough to move forward with further analysis.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
For all of the 30 shell casings that was sent to ATF in Maryland?
Yes, it was.
And was there any DNA that was found to be suitable for DNA testing or comparison to any suspect?
I'm not sure on that one.
Did you, were you the one that got back the report from the ATF lab in Maryland?
I was not, no.
Okay. Would that have been another ATF agent in your unit?
It would have been either the agent that submitted the casings or a designee with Tampa PD that he would have told the supervisor to forward the report to.
And would the case detective, Detective Juan Ramos, would he also have been made aware of the results of the ATF testing?
Yes, that is, that should happen, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Detective. You're an ATF task force agent, is that correct?
Yes, I
That
am.
means you're employed by the county, city, but you work hand in hand with the federal government?
Yes.
All right. And you said you've been doing that for how long?
I've been with ATF for approximately 6 years.
All right. And you met with the ATF agents, the other ATF agents that were working this case on the scene. You met with them, correct?
I did, yes.
And you discussed the case?
We discussed not, kind of what we were seeing on scene that morning. We really didn't know what the reason for the shooting was, but we were just discussing what we saw on scene, how many casings there were, and kind of just going over investigative tools or tactics we could use to try to help homicide.
All right. Did ATF collect the casings, the 31 casings, or did Tampa Police Department crime scene techs collect those casings?
Tampa PD crime scene collects casings.
All right, and they're put into a special, like a container?
Yeah, it's a black plastic tube. It's not a full cylinder tube. It has openings on it, so DNA can breathe. And then inside it has these little, I don't know what you call them, but they're almost like a bracket, so the casing is held in its place the entire time it's in that tube.
All right, and though it's kept in that tube for what purpose?
So it can't be rattled around or moved, or, and DNA can't be compromised.
All right, so it's, that tube is to protect the integrity of that evidence.
Correct, yes.
All right, so when you all are putting the casings into the tube, I assume the person that's handling the casings has on gloves?
That'd be crime scene, but yeah, that would be my assumption.
All right. And you don't have any reason to believe that anyone was not wearing gloves when they were handling the casings, is that correct?
Oh, I don't have any part in that collection, so I wouldn't be able to accurately answer that question.
All right. The ATF, federal government, you all refer cases to them at times, right?
Tampa PD can refer cases to ATF. We adopt cases that are state cases, and we adopt them federally, yes.
All right. And that was a conversation that was had in this case?
No, this case was not adopted federally, to my
What-
recollection.
Yes, it was not adopted. The federal government did not pick up this case, correct?
That's my belief, yes.
All right. And the DNA that was submitted, or the casings that were submitted to ATF, they were tested for DNA?
Presence of DNA, yes.
Or analyzed to see whether there's DNA on the casings?
Correct.
What about for fingerprints?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. All right, and obviously you said you did not get the report back from Maryland.
That is correct.
And when you say from Maryland, that means from the ATF.
The national lab, correct.
So that's why you don't know why or whether there was any DNA that was of value on the casings?
That is correct.
All right. All right, no further questions.
Okay, you correct?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Your Honor, may I approach very briefly?
Sure. All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Daniel Wilson.
Morning, sir. Just want to stand. Raise your right hand. Just stand by the push.
You swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you, sir.
Is that see right there?
Morning.
Good morning, sir. Would you state your name for the jury?
I am Detective Daniel J. Wilson,
And where are you employed?
the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Just over 15 years.
What is your current job title?
I am a crime scene detective.
Were you a crime scene detective in June of 2024?
Yes.
And what are some of your day-to-day duties as a crime scene detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
We are the forensic hands and arms. We are the markers, the photographers, the packagers, and we submit the property in the property room. We measure, we do diagrams, pretty much all the logistics.
Your title of crime scene detective is a little bit different than what we have here in Hillsborough County. Can you explain to me why you hold the title of detective? You're a
Literally
sworn
because
law
I changed our name about 2 years ago, from evidence technician to that. And I think because we're sworn, which is sometimes, most counties in Florida is either a blend or just civilian evidence technicians. So I think that's what they wanted to divide up. So,
By sworn, does that mean that you would have attended the police academy?
correct.
Did you serve any time on patrol?
I did. I did 5.5 years on the street as patrol, took interest in this job, and came over and got trained here.
Was there some particularized training that you did before you could be called crime scene detective?
Yes, we do what's called a field training officer program. It's basically on-the-job training with an experienced training detective, and they teach you the basics. Then you, as you can get them, you get the school's basic forensics, photography, blood work, trajectory work, all that. You get those schools as you can from then on.
I'd like to ask you specifically about a call that you would have responded to on October 7th of 2023. Were you still working in your same capacity?
Yes,
And did you have the opportunity to respond to the area of Prospect Street and West 16th Street in
I did.
Jacksonville?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what county that is?
That's in Duval County.
And what was the nature of the call for service in that area on October 7th of 2023?
It was an aggravated battery, person shot scenario.
Based on your training and experience, when you respond to a scene to process it and there is a shooting, what types of evidence are you looking for?
Anything related to firearms, that would be fragments, projectiles, casings, firearms themselves, and damage from those items.
From this specific scene itself or the immediate street surrounding that scene, were you able to collect items of ballistics value?
Yes, ma'am.
And from what locations?
Correct me if I'm wrong, 3702?
Okay.
Yeah, or 3072.
What was the area like? Was it a residential neighborhood?
It's a housing neighborhood, prospects running north and south, West 16th running east-west at that intersection.
Did this particular scene, or at least the locations from which you needed to collect evidence, span from 16th through 18th?
Pretty close to it, yes.
And at each of these separate locations, were there different items of evidence that you collected?
Yes,
At a residence in particular, were you able to retrieve potential projectiles from a railing?
yes,
And did you recover shell casings from the scene, specifically at your original call location, Prospect Street and West 16th Street?
yes,
In your prior training experience, is it fair to say you recognize at least the caliber or make model of casings
correct.
that are left behind at the scene?
Yep.
And do you recall the number of casings that you located at that intersection?
I marked and collected 16 casings.
Do you recall the specific caliber of the casings that you marked and collected?
There was a blend primarily of 5.56 and 223.
I am showing you now what has been pre-marked for identification as states Exhibit 50A through P. Would you take a look at that packaging here and let me know if you recognize it?
Yes, that's the packaging I submitted the casings in.
And how is it that you recognize it? Do you have markings on it in some way?
That's my writings, 16.223 caliber casings, evidence 1 through 16, which are the placards I used. On the back, that's my terrible writing and on the seal. So,
Your Honor, at this time, state seeks to admit states 50A through P into evidence. Any objection?
No objection.
Now, you indicated that this exhibit, 50A through P, was a blend. Did you document in your report the blend that you actually collected of those casings? So what specific nature of the casing?
The only objection I would have is pre-trial objections that we raised.
Okay, same ruling, then it'll be admitted. You can answer the question.
You indicated that they were a blend of casings located at the scene that were collected. Were they all from the same area?
they were,
And you said there were more 5.56 NATO. Is that the 13 fired casings that were of one type?
yes,
And there were 3 .223 Remington caliber cases located at that scene as well,
correct.
but all in the same area,
They are,
meaning the casings were combined or grouped there.
yes, yes,
The projectile that was recovered from a residence some ways down, I believe 2 streets down, at least 18th, that was not in the same location as the casings that you collected?
no,
Did you also have an opportunity to respond to the hospital in that case where the victim was being treated?
I did.
Was the victim in that case identified as Charles Jones?
He was.
Are you familiar with Charles Jones in the Jacksonville area?
Outside of this case, no,
And when you responded to the hospital, were there any items of potential evidentiary value that you could recover from Mr. Jones's person? Meaning, were there ballistics that were retrieved from his person?
From his person, the only thing I did was take pictures of him with his wrapped foot. I did not collect anything from him.
So nothing was provided to you at that time from medical staff that had been retrieved or removed from his foot?
Nothing.
And at that same time, did you have an opportunity to view or process the vehicle in which he was traveling when that shooting occurred?
I did.
And was that vehicle struck by gunfire?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment?
Yes,
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
okay, cross-examination.
So you're testifying about a shooting that occurred in October of 2023, correct?
Yes,
You investigated that shooting,
I did.
and the victim in that case was Charles Jones.
Yes, sir.
All right. That case is still open and pending? The
I believe it
investigation?
is.
All right, no one's been arrested for it yet?
I do not know.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. You're free to go. All right, let's go ahead and just take a brief morning recess, about 10 minutes, okay? And we'll be back.
All right. All jurors out, please.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so, next up, you're gonna bring the firearms or introduce the firearms?
We may have one brief witness in between, but yes, the witness right after that is extensive with the firearms.
Okay, and then, so what is your question regarding how the firearms are being stored or shown at the jury, or what is your issue?
Correct. I believe that we were going to have some acrylic cases for those, so I did not know if both the clerk or HCSO had a preference as to how they were presented, because right now they're still in the evidence boxes.
So I don't have cases that big, I have plastic bags. They're like a,
We just want to make sure with the recently implemented policies that we're.
Yeah, as long as it
following
holds
the
something,
procedures.
if she has these big bags.
these, and then they have a lock that I lock these in.
Okay,
That's
good for
fine.
you guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's
May
what,
we do that?
Sure.
Mayor?
yep, go ahead and do that. As far as taking them, go ahead and taking them out of the evidence box, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, and we can do that with the defense.
Okay, is there any objection, defense, to going ahead and taking the firearms out of the evidence boxes they're currently in and putting them into the clear plastic bag? Okay, very good, so you guys can both do that together, all right? We'll be back in a few.
rise. All jurors are ready, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. We're ready to proceed. Everyone have a seat. Call your next witness.
State Post Detective Steve Johnson.
I don't. I'll just go, raise your right hand and just put it back to work.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name?
Morning, it's Stephen Johnson,
Where are you currently employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 8 years now.
In your position, did you also attend the academy and become a sworn officer with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office before your role in crime scene?
Yes, I did patrol for 5 years, and then I've been with the crime scene unit for 3 years now.
Did you receive specialized training in your transition to crime scene from patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that time, did you have an opportunity to respond to a scene in the area of 2718 New Berlin Road for a vehicle search?
Yes, ma'am.
What date was that?
That was 6/26 of 2024.
And if at any time you need to refer to your report for a refresher, just let me know, and I'll go ahead and let you have an opportunity to do that, okay? When you responded to that area, what was the nature of the call you were responding to?
It was in response to a vehicle that had been pulled over, and they wanted to process the vehicle for potential evidence.
And how did you go about doing that?
So when I showed up, I think the officers had already done a preliminary search of the vehicle, and they located a firearm, so then they backed up and called us. So by the time I showed up, all the doors were open, so I took overall pictures of the vehicle and its general location, and then proceeded to process or collect evidence from the car.
I'm going to show you what has been marked States Exhibit 48A through QQ and 49A through I. Do you recognize the items depicted in 48A through QQ?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the photographs that you took of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And it states 49A through I. Can you take a look at that? And you identify that as an item of evidence that you collected from that vehicle after photographing it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit states 49A through I and 48A through QQ.
Any objection?
Good morning, Ms. B. Good morning, everybody.
Okay, will be admitted.
When you actually responded to that Forerunner vehicle, were there already officers standing by with it?
Yes, ma'am.
In your photos and showing you 48A, is this the standard card that crime scene techs with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office will prepare in order to establish a cover sheet for the photographs that are taken at a scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to photograph that vehicle as you saw it when you arrived, 48B?
Yes.
In making your way around the vehicle, did you document the exterior and then move in with the photographs that were taken of the vehicle, just showing an example of that in 48E?
Yes, ma'am.
As you actually entered to process the interior of the vehicle, were there any potential items of value that would have been collected, 48F, from the driver's seat of that vehicle?
I'd have to refer to my report if there was particular items from different areas.
Sure, I can maybe be more specific. Were there cell phone, items of electronic evidence retrieved from this vehicle and impounded or seized?
Yes, ma'am. I believe we collected a cell phone from the driver's side.
And did you also, in the search of the vehicle, collect some items of ammunition or ballistics-related items?
Yes, there were ammo and gun parts as well as the firearm.
In 48H, is that the firearm that you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that firearm located?
That's in the glove box. Or not the glove box, center console of the vehicle.
In between the passenger and driver's seat, center console?
Yes, ma'am.
Once the item was photographed in place, did you remove that item and photograph it as in 48I?
Yes, so before taking pictures, I actually collected a touch DNA swab of the firearm and then unloaded it and took pictures as I unloaded it.
When you're processing a firearm that has either live or spent ammunition in the area of that weapon, do you also photograph that ammunition as depicted in 48M?
Yes, ma'am.
And what caliber of firearm was this that was collected from the center console?
This was a 9x19, which is a 9mm.
Are you able, in photographing the firearm, to identify that information as well as in 48O?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately, do you make your way around the vehicle photographing the items as they are in 48P?
Yes.
Where was that Juicy Couture bag inside of the vehicle?
That is the rear driver's side seat.
Was there also another bag inside of that vehicle which was removed and photographed and states 48S?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe which bag we're looking at here in 48S? Specifically that was removed to photograph, 48T, maybe more specific.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I referred to in the report, but
When looking at 48S, is the item with the blue strap on the bottom the same as 48T?
yes.
What was recovered from the interior of that bag?
Can I refer to my report for that one?
Yes.
Because I know there was a few bags in there. See, I refer to it as the blue and black backpack, and there was, you want me to go down the list of the things that were in there?
Well, just generally, what were the items? What were the nature of the items inside?
So, firearm parts, there were ammunition, looks like live rounds, and casings. Oh, no, that's in a different one. No, those are just live rounds.
In 48U, are those the items after being removed from the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at here in the center, let me see if this will help. Not sure if that makes it better or
The
worse for
center
you.
in the bag,
Yes.
those are live rounds.
Okay. Is it a little bit easier to see it that way or before?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. In 48V, do you photograph a little bit closer the items that were located inside of the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
From your processing of the interior of this blue bag, did you remove each of these in 48W live rounds from inside of the bag?
Yes.
Did you open the boxes of ammunition that were also contained within that bag, 48Y?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to document the items that were inside of those boxes of ammunition?
Yes, we have to get a count before we submit them into evidence.
Can you show us where it is? What are the items that were removed from those white boxes? You're welcome to stand up if you need to. So the white boxes that are open, are those strips of ammunition from inside of the white boxes? Okay. Sorry if that was not a clear question. Were you able to get a better picture in 48Z of the head stamp of that ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the head stamp on the ammunition that you photographed?
These ones are 300 blackout.
Once the larger rounds of ammunition were also removed from the bag, the loose rounds, did you have an opportunity to photograph those?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's depicted in 48CC?
Yes.
There were several bags containing ballistics evidence in this case retrieved from this vehicle, were there not?
Yes, ma'am.
In 48D, D is this white plastic bag here, another bag that was located inside of that 4Runner.
Yes, I believe that's the Bucky's bag, and it was located in the Juicy Couture bag.
So inside of the Juicy Couture bag that we previously saw as in the back seat.
Yes.
And this is your processing of the interior of that bag now.
Yes, ma'am. Different bag.
You again remove all of the items from inside of that in 48EE.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
Inside of the Juicy Couture bag and then ultimately inside of that white plastic bag, were there additional cardboard boxes? 48FF, I'm referring to the top left of this photograph.
Yes, that's correct.
And is this as those boxes were when you pulled them out of the bag?
You mean with the items inside?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you able to photograph the black box closer at 48GG?
Yes.
And the material that's inside of that black box, what were those?
So I believe there were casings and then maybe some miscellaneous gun parts or tools.
But those would have been casings from fired rounds.
Correct. Cool.
48HH, did you have an opportunity to collect and process those fired rounds?
So we don't actually process them, but we did collect them.
And did you photograph the head stamp on the rounds that were retrieved from that?
Yes, ma'am.
48II. And can you tell me what brand or information you were able to obtain from that head stamp?
Actually, with those head stamps, there's not a lot of information on there.
48LL, were there also additional boxes of ammunition located?
Yes.
Also inside of that Juicy Couture bag?
Yes.
And what was the brand of that ammunition?
Those are Max Tech, and they look like 9mm.
Did you perform the same process where you document the head stamp on those items by opening the box of ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
In 4800, were all of the items of ammunition from this box present?
In this picture, it looks like there's 2 missing.
Is there a count on the box typically with ammunition just based on your training and experience?
On the box, yes, ma'am.
And would this tray be full if it were unused, essentially, brand new?
Usually, yes.
You indicated that you processed the interior of the vehicle by photographing and collecting those items of potential evidentiary value. Is that right?
Yes.
As it relates to the shell casings that were located inside of the black box from the Juicy bag, do you recall those casings that were collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to document the type of casings that were collected in states 48GG?
Maybe clarify that a little better. What do you mean?
Did you pull them out of that box?
Yes. And
Did
photograph
you
them.
impound them?
Yes, we collected them.
Is that what I showed to you in states 49A through I?
That's correct.
And what was the caliber of those shell casings that were retrieved from that black box?
They ended up being 5.56 and .223 casings.
When you concluded your processing of this vehicle or photographing and impounding the evidence from this vehicle, were you called the following day to another scene to assist law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been the 2798 Captiva Bluff Road North address?
Can I refer to my report?
Yes, if it would refresh your recollection.
Yes, so 2978 Captiva Bluff. That's correct.
Was that a residence that you were responding to?
Yes, ma'am, in reference to serving a search warrant.
Both addresses, the area of the vehicle stop at 2718 and 2798 Captiva Bluff Road North, what county are both addresses located in?
Those are in Duval County.
Your Honor, one moment, please.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross.
All right. You don't remember much about what you did in this case without looking at your report, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
Improper argument.
Sustain the objection. What's your next question?
And what is the legal basis for that objection?
She was improper asking him to comment. I've sustained the objection.
Do you have a recollection of how much you did in this case?
Sure.
All right. Do you remember the incident that you were just describing, the search of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did you have body-worn camera on that date?
We do not.
We do not. Who's we?
The crime scene unit themselves.
All right, but there is body-worn camera
Most
of
likely,
this, of this search?
If patrol officers were there during the initial stop, then they likely had body cam footage.
So, other than you, there were patrol officers present at the scene?
Yes, sir. I believe there might have been a homicide detective that was there as well.
And this is in what city?
This is in Jacksonville.
All right, when you arrived on the scene, you said the doors were open at the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And your role is to collect the evidence?
Yes, sir.
You collected the evidence with gloves on?
Yes, sir.
And you put the evidence into evidence bags?
Yes, sir. Packaging.
You wear gloves when you handle evidence because you want to make sure you don't get your fingerprints on the evidence, is that correct?
That's correct.
Same thing with DNA?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who's responsible for sending the evidence, if it gets sent at all, who's responsible for sending the evidence out to any lab for any sort of analysis for DNA or fingerprints?
That would be the lead detective on the case.
And who's the lead detective in JSO?
I believe this one would be, his last name was Drabeck.
All right. So Detective Drabeck is the lead in Jacksonville Sheriff's Office for this case?
For this particular incident, yes, sir.
All right. Do you know if Detective
I'm
Drabeck
sorry,
or
Miss
anybody
I was on the other screen.
Jacksonville
and she
Sheriff's
was
Office
calling. She's
sent
21.
any of the
She's 21.
guns, the parts, the bullets, anything out to be tested for DNA or fingerprints?
No, sir, I'm not sure about that.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Free to go. All right, state, who's your next witness?
Detective Summer Dees.
Good morning, how you doing?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Ma'am, would you state your name for the jury?
Yes, it's Crime Scene Detective Dees,
Where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
for almost 6 years.
Did you attend the academy before transitioning to the crime scene unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you work patrol for any period of time before you moved?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was that?
The academy was about a year and patrol was about 2 years.
As a crime scene detective, do you commonly respond to scenes to process for evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you collect the evidence as directed by detectives, but also based on your own training and experience?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, did you have the opportunity to respond to a home or residence on Victoria Lakes Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been 13751 Victoria Lakes?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that address located within Duval County?
Yes, ma'am.
Upon arriving at that residence, what was your responsibility?
Just to photograph and document everything in the residence, as well as collect anything that the detectives wanted.
Was that residence being searched pursuant to a search warrant that had been obtained?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the execution of that warrant or the day that you showed up to process on June 27th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
On your arrival, did you start with any particular area of the residence?
The exterior.
And upon photographing the exterior, did you notice any cameras that were affixed to the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity also to photograph those?
Yes, ma'am.
After photographing the exterior of the residence, did you move to the interior of the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
When you process a scene like this, are you given some kind of surface level information from the detective?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, were you given that type of a summary?
Yes.
Specifically, though, did you get a rundown of who lived there, whose room was whose, anything like that?
No.
Is that typical to receive when you respond to those types of scenes?
No.
I am showing you what has been previously admitted as states 53, 54, and 55, if you would take a look at these items. Additionally, what has been marked for identification as 51 and 52.
There's a lot of pictures.
Sure. Did you previously review the contents of the photographs that you took at the residence as noted?
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay.
I did, yes.
And specifically in 51 and 52, do these photographs fairly and accurately reflect the photographs that were taken of the exterior and additional photographs taken of the interior of this residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, state seeks to admit states exhibits 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55.
Any objection?
Yes, again, I was.
All are provided in discovery, Your Honor, but
I believe they are 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55. No?
So just 1 and 2, 51, 52.
Correct. 53, 54, 55, oh, yeah.
Thank you.
yes. 53, 54, and 55 are in evidence.
So I have no objection to the composite 51 and 52. The others are in evidence.
Okay. 51 and 52 are admitted.
Now, you mentioned that you start with the exterior of the residence typically, and that is something that you, again, did in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
In showing you 51C, if you're able to look over your shoulder there, is this the residence for which the search warrant was executed?
Yes, ma'am.
And were the vehicles that are parked in the driveway of this photograph there when you arrived to start processing the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
In 51D, did that include this Toyota 4Runner?
Yes, ma'am.
You also advised that there were some cameras affixed to the exterior of the house. Can you tell me where in 51E, and if you need to stand, feel free, the camera would have been that you were documenting here?
Yes, ma'am. The, above the garage.
This 51F vantage point of that same camera above the garage.
Yes, ma'am.
When you entered the residence, was there also a camera affixed to the opposite side of the home? 51I?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what's depicted in the top right corner here?
Yes, ma'am.
In photographing the entryway of the residence, was there an additional camera at 51L for this residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately, did you learn the at least name of the occupants of this residence?
Not that I recall.
And in your search, were other law enforcement officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office present?
Yes, ma'am.
As you moved to the interior of the residence, did you have an opportunity to photograph the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
And just based on your training and experience in 55A, was there anything that was present in the sink of the kitchen that you documented?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you felt the need to document?
As you can see, there's material and pieces of cardboard right there.
Was the sink filled with any liquid of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
35B, is this as the sink was when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you at some point start the process of removing those items from the sink to document them in 53E?
Yes, ma'am.
And the item that's located in 53F, where was that in the kitchen as it related to the sink with all of the other items? The item in the center, I'm sorry. The cover, correct.
Okay.
Where was it in relation if we look at 53E?
Is this 53?
Yes.
Okay. By the sink?
Okay, so on the little metal rack there, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a close-up of the same thing.
Yes.
As you removed the items from the sink, were you able to spread them out in some way so that you were able to photograph them a little bit better?
Yes, ma'am.
Despite their condition, was there some kind of identifying information remaining? 53I.
Yes, ma'am.
53J. Is that also an item from the sink?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, do you pull some either craft paper or cardboard to lay out all of the pieces?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's reflected in 53K?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, do you continue the process of photographing each of those to obtain any kind of identifying info?
Yes, ma'am.
53L from the same sink?
Yes, ma'am.
53N? Same?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any other rooms in the house or any other sinks that have been filled with items like this?
No, ma'am.
So the items that are depicted here in all of your photos from this scene that are reflective of wet pieces of paper, manuals, 53O, are all from this kitchen sink?
Yes, ma'am.
And the cover from 53B that we previously saw in the photograph next to the sink, did you also place that on the cardboard?
Yes, ma'am.
And moving on from the kitchen itself, did you also complete a search of the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to search the hallway of the residence leading to the bedrooms?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, tell me about the layout. Was there some kind of closet, something other than a room in that hallway?
Yes, there was a closet in the hallway.
Did you have an opportunity to open that closet and document the items therein?
Yes, ma'am.
The items that were contained within that closet, is that what we are seeing in 55A?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you're documenting in this picture here?
So, right here, there's some ammunition cases.
In the center of the photograph here at 55A?
They're kind of green and metal. They have the handles on them. Yes,
Were you
ma'am.
at least aware that the nature of this case involved the potential of firearms or the use of a firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you pull these cases out to document them more clearly as you continued processing this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there also items of evidence that were ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we're seeing in 55C?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that come from the same area?
Yes, ma'am.
As you moved those items out of the closet, did you also locate additional boxes of ammunition in 55E?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you processed the actual green tin boxes, did you open them to document the contents, 55F?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you locate in your search of this closet Remington ammunition,
Yes, ma'am.
55G? Is that what you documented here?
Yes, ma'am.
Contained within the green metal boxes, were there live rounds of ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
As the green cases for ammunition went on, 55O, did you continue locating or documenting the ammunition that was found inside of them?
Yes, ma'am.
In the back section of that closet, did you locate an additional box, 55U?
Yes, ma'am.
And also contained in this closet, were there other household items, clothing items or shoes, things of that nature?
Yes, ma'am.
Were the green metal cases ultimately impounded into evidence at 55BB?
Yes.
And as to each, did you open and photograph and document the contents therein?
Yes, ma'am.
Each of these green metal boxes, did they contain additional ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
In the smallest of the green boxes, were you able to document the contents inside of that, 55JJ?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you find inside the smallest of the green boxes?
More live rounds of rifle ammunition.
Of rifle ammunition? And is that what's depicted in 55NN?
Yes, ma'am.
In leaving that hallway where these items were located, did you move to the bedrooms of the residents to photograph the contents therein?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you don't know the identity of the occupants of those rooms when you're photographing.
No, ma'am.
In the first room, did you locate a gun case in 52A?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there an
Say
actual?
yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you keep saying uh-huh, so just say yes or no.
Yes.
Was there an actual firearm located inside of that box, 52B?
No.
Were there magazines located inside of that box?
Yes.
What was the firearm make that was meant for this particular box that was located?
Um, um,
52E?
Yes.
But no firearm located with this box.
No.
Did you locate as well in the house or in that same bedroom, a mask in 52J?
I don't recall if the mask was in the bedroom. Is it okay if I refer to my report real
Would
quick?
it refresh your recollection?
Yes. The mask was in the closet in the hallway.
And it may be that some hallway photographs are here. So let's look back then at the next photo of 52N. Is this that same hallway, but just from a different vantage point where you found those green cases, 52N?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that in the center of the photo there?
That would be a vest.
And did you have an opportunity to process that as well by photographing it and laying it out in 52N?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, was there a room in which there was a safe that you were asked to process?
Yes, ma'am.
In 54A, is this the safe that you were asked to process from this same residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to photograph the contents of that safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Does 54D fairly and accurately represent what the safe looked like when it was open?
Yes.
54G, what are we looking at here that you're documenting?
Just the interior of the safe as it is.
As it relates to the firearms or the rifles that are located inside of that safe, were those rifles ultimately impounded into evidence?
Yes.
Was there ballistics evidence also located inside of the safe?
Could you clarify ballistics? evidence?
Sure, shell casings or items of live ammunition.
Yes.
Were there items of live ammunition also located in various places about the room?
Yes.
In 54S, was this a dresser inside of that room?
Yes, ma'am.
And in 54T, is this what you found inside or on top of that dresser as far as live ammunition?
Yes.
What I'm pointing at here directly in the center of this photograph, was that a rifle round?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that dresser located directly next to the safe?
I do not recall. I'd have to look at my pictures.
In 54D, were these both in the same room, the safe and the dresser?
Yes.
Now, back inside of the safe itself, you indicated there were some items of ammunition and then other firearms located therein, correct?
Yes.
In your processing of the safe, did you collect an item in 54Y that looked like this?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
It's a brass catcher.
Were you able to document the contents of that brass catcher in 54Z?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as states 58, excuse me. Do you recognize this package?
Yes.
And did the contents of this package come from the interior of this brass catcher as we're viewing this photograph?
Yes.
All right, this time state seeks to admit states 58.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Inside of that brass catcher, those 2 rounds, were you able to determine the caliber?
Yes.
What caliber rounds were inside of that brass catcher?
I believe 9mm.
Do you need to refer to your report to confirm?
Yes, real quick. Yes,
2 9mm casings from that brass catcher.
yes,
But this was not attached to anything at the time that you photographed it and then ultimately pulled it from the safe, is that correct?
no ma'am,
Did you locate additional brass catchers inside of that safe?
yes,
54BE. Referring back to the firearms that were actually recovered, did you have an opportunity to pull out the firearms from 54DD that were recovered from that safe?
yes,
Once those firearms were recovered or they were determined to have potential evidentiary value, were they impounded or boxed up by you?
yes ma'am,
In 54HH, is this one of the firearms that was removed from that safe?
yes,
What is depicted as attached to that firearm, was that brass catcher already on there?
yes ma'am,
Was the rifle in 54, OO also removed from that safe?
yes ma'am,
In 5500, are we looking at the Black Forge rifle as depicted in 54QQ?
yes,
And was the first rifle that had the brass catcher attached the Anderson rifle from 54II?
yes,
Ultimately, at your conclusion of processing this scene, did you impound both of those rifles into evidence?
yes ma'am,
And upon impounding those rifles, are they boxed up and preserved and taped up?
yes ma'am,
I am showing you what's been marked as states 56 and 57. Do you recognize both of these boxes as having been the boxes used to impound both of those firearms?
yes ma'am,
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit states 56 and 57.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted?
Is State's Exhibit number 56, based on your review of the packaging from which it was contained, the firearm that was retrieved from the safe?
yes ma'am,
And was this particular firearm the Black Forge rifle that was retrieved from the safe of this residence?
yes,
Was there an additional rifle that was retrieved?
yes,
I'm showing you what's been marked as States 57. Is this the second rifle that was retrieved?
yes,
And is this how the rifle was collected?
no.
Okay. What change, if any, was made when you collected it?
There was a tape on the handle that I cut off and I preserved.
Can you take a look at States 57 and tell me where on the handle and describe for us what you're talking about?
Yes, on this handle right here, and there was tape wrapped around it, adhesive tape that I cut off, and I preserved for DNA.
Okay, if you'll just say that into the mic, I think we got caught up there.
Sorry. Yes, just on that handle, there was adhesive tape wrapped around it that I cut off, and I preserved it for DNA.
So on the handle of the firearm itself.
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to this brass catcher that's attached to the right side of the firearm, was that affixed to the rifle when you pulled it out of the safe?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this sight on the top of the rifle also affixed to it when you pulled it out of the safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I will pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right. So you assisted with the search warrant at the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
That's Sean Gathrights' residence?
I don't know.
You don't know who lives there?
No
Do you know how
idea.
many people live there?
No idea.
Do you know how many bedrooms are in the house?
No, I would have to refer to my report.
You could.
No. No, I don't know how many. I'd have to look at my pictures, actually.
Okay. There was a picture of a safe. There were some rifles in the safe. Do you remember that picture?
Yes.
And those rifles, that safe, that was found in the master bedroom of the home?
Yes.
All right. It's not Sean Gathrights' room, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? All right. For sure, that home that you searched, that's not Alicia Andrews' home, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know if it is?
I don't know.
Did you search Alicia Andrews' home?
I don't know who that is.
So you wouldn't know if Alicia Andrews' DNA or prints are on any of the weapons that you found?
No.
You wouldn't know if Alicia Andrews' DNA or prints are on any of the casings or the gun parts that you found?
No.
You wouldn't know if her DNA or prints are on any of the cardboard boxes that you found?
No.
And you don't have any evidence that anything that you just discussed on direct examination is connected to Alicia Andrews?
I don't know who that is. No. I have no idea.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Ma'am, when you respond to a scene, do you know the identity of any of the suspects typically?
No.
Do you know the underlying circumstances or facts of the case?
No.
Is your job strictly related to the processing of the scene you respond to?
Yes.
The facts that are provided to you, are they relevant to the investigation, the whodunit of it all, or is it just for the purpose of processing?
Just for processing evidence.
The items of evidence that you did receive, did you relay that you did process or impound into evidence, did you relay all of that information to the detective on the case?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, from the state, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. There you go. All right, who's your next witness?
Detective Richard Nieder.
Judge, can we just have one, please, before?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Wait, hold up 1 second. Have him sit back out. Come on up. For a moment, I'll be with you momentarily. Just tell the detective to sit tight.
All rise. Your notes.
Okay, so what are you objecting to?
Yes, Your Honor, so PowerPoint. You want a copy of it?
I do.
Okay. So the first objection would just be to the actual statutes being listed is it appropriate for the witness to advise the jury of the law? That would be Your Honor's purview.
What's your response to that?
The detective is listed as an expert, Your Honor.
No, but expert on the law?
As an expert in gang evidence, and what is presented is the criminal gang statute.
Okay, but why is that admissible, just the statute itself?
If there's no objection from the defense as it relates to his qualifications as an expert, then I can skip right past those slides. But if they are objecting as it relates to his qualifications, we'll be discussing the statute itself.
So there is an objection, Your Honor, but he's not going to testify that he has some sort of expertise in the law. He's just going to say that he uses it to qualify him.
Yeah.
But even if Your Honor decides to qualify him as an expert, that does not make the actual statutes admissible as evidence in the trial.
Okay, well, I tend to agree, so at this point, I'll sustain the objection just as to the language of the statutes themselves, and that would be Criminal Gang, Florida Statute 874.031, 874.032, and 874.033. Okay.
Next, Your Honor, we have a general objection to the videos coming in as hearsay.
Okay, state what's your response to that.
Certified business records provided for those, Your Honor, and the witnesses testifying, not as it relates to the truth of the matter asserted of the content of those videos, but only as it relates to the intent and knowledge of the defendant based on the history of the criminal gang.
Okay, overrule the objection?
So, Your Honor, I'd like to respond to that.
Sure.
I don't find that to be, not personally, but as a general response, just based on the fact that they have specific lyrics highlighted. None of those, I believe, related to any of the text messages that Your Honor has admitted thus far, where the state claims that they go to the defendant's knowledge. So it might go to maybe some of the co-defendants, their knowledge of what has happened, but not specifically to Ms. Andrews' knowledge. Let me see. Sure. So I believe there's maybe 3 or 4 different videos that the state is intending to admit, and I didn't count, but there are multiple murders or shootings that are addressed according to the state in here that are not going to be discussed in this case. Specific names, specific people that are unrelated to the charges in this particular case. So we reject. And again, more collateral issues that serve to not help the jury understand the issues in this case, but to confuse them and pile on more unrelated gang information.
All right, what's your response?
Your Honor, the same response that we provided in our earlier motion as it relates to the gang evidence. These videos, at least the first 2 videos, are posted back to back, one from each side of the gang, to explicitly explain the history of the gang, as well as being provided to describe the events that have occurred. The defendant's messages absolutely encapsulate several of the lines that are related in these songs, specifically talking about some of the people who have died. The names that are listed in these songs are also in her messages. So as it relates to that representation, not directly linked to the messages from Ms. Andrews, they in fact are. As it relates to these videos, there are 2 videos each, back to back, one posted a month apart, and the others posted close in time together. And again, it's for the detectives to testify about the background of the gangs and the issues as it relates to the back and forth between the 2 groups.
And Your Honor, this is becoming a feature of the trial. We are now spending a significant amount of time talking about, well, first I dispute the fact that in the messages that have been admitted thus far that the court is allowing in, I believe there's discussion maybe of one person from Ms. Andrews. There's a name of one person that was murdered. There's not some sort of drawn out discussion where she is dropping names of, all of these people. So I dispute that. But beyond that, this is becoming a feature of the trial. We are now spending a significant amount of the jury's time, and everyone else's time, the court's time, discussing the drawn out details of what has happened back and forth between these gangs.
Well, no evidence has come in yet regarding the back and forth between the gangs. This is the first evidence that the jury's going to hear.
I disagree, Your Honor. The first, I believe, 3 or 4 witnesses testified about the back and forth, who was who, has done what, et cetera, et cetera. There has been,
Anyway,
I,
go ahead, make your record.
well, yes, ultimately, beyond that, the fact that this is now becoming a feature of the trial, we'd also object to just prejudicial nature. This is substantially prejudicial, much more than it is probative to the actual elements of this crime and my client's, the allegations against my client. It is cumulative, again, at this point. We're going to hear more discussion about the gang war as opposed to the actual murder that is charged in this crime. So we object on all those bases. Hearsay, it's cumulative, it's more prejudicial than it is probative, it's not relevant, it is a collateral matter, not relevant to any material issue or element in this crime, the crime that we are here to have a trial on.
Okay, overrule the objection. All right, that's as to the videos. Anything else?
Yes, we would object to the lyrics, Your Honor. I'm not sure who wrote these lyrics, but it does not, it just appears that they're typed based on someone's interpretation of what is being said. That is invading the province of the jury. The jury is to decide what these lyrics say. And even if the court were to decide to let them in, we would also object to the highlighting.
Okay, what's your response?
Your Honor, these, the defense can address any issues as it relates to the lyrics or the accuracy of the lyrics on redirect. I have case law for needing
on cross.
translation. On cross, excuse me, as it relates to the translation, if there's an issue as it relates to the content of the messages themselves. But we discussed this previously in referencing these videos and lyrics being provided with these videos. The highlighting itself is in an attempt to limit what we are questioning the witness himself about as we go through the videos, and to highlight specifically what would be related to this case or specifically related to the evidence that we intend to present of the war between the two groups.
Overrule the objection. Any other objections as to the PowerPoint?
Your Honor, we'd object to the charts, the organizational charts as hearsay as well.
I don't see those. I just see the PowerPoint. Are
I
those
believe
on
they're
your?
like
In
the
the
first couple pages, after the case law.
Look. Oh, I see that. The members and associates of ATK and 1200, right? So you're referring to in 6 block?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm assuming they're coming in or an attempt to come in through your gang expert?
That is correct, Your Honor. The detectives from the gangs presented, and each of them have been listed as experts.
Okay. All right, overrule the objection.
Okay, Your Honor, just for the record, our objection related to hearsay is just to the idea that, look, this is testimony that can be given without these actual charts. But specifically, the labeling of these individuals as gang members, our objection is hearsay based on that.
Okay, same rule, overruled.
And then finally, Your Honor, there is a slide, or there's one slide relating to an August 16th and 17th, 2023 shooting. We would object vehemently to any additional shooting outside of the one from October 2023 being discussed in this case.
Your Honor, we have relied on the court's pretrial ruling as it relates to the gang evidence that's admissible in this case. And that ruling was that the evidence is limited to 2023. We've actually significantly cut down the incidents in early 2023 and included only those which occurred at or around the time. So we've included the prior attempted murder of the victim, in this case for which there are casings that match, and the murder which occurs the day before that attempted murder, as well as the murder that occurs in August, which would have been 2 months before, another rivalry issue where, again, someone is killed on the 16th and someone is killed on the 17th. We have narrowed it to the fall of 2023, just for purposes of being as concise as possible, but we have relied heavily on the earlier ruling that we've already had on this issue, which is that the events from 2023 would be relevant as it's what really kicked off this gang war.
Well, I recall that the court's order was that it would be limited to October of 2023, very specifically October 2023. And I'd also dispute the idea that this is what kicked off the gang war. Their expert is about to testify very differently about what kicked off the gang war. But I believe the court's order was October 2023 specifically.
Okay, overall the objection.
And we'd also object on the basis that it's not relevant.
Okay, very good. Same ruling. All right.
Your Honor,
Yeah,
may I take a quick
sure.
comfort break before we
Sure.
enter that?
Is Mark, here's your PowerPoint back. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, y'all, we on lunch, I guess, so we are live with them, so we're gonna have to sit through lunch, y'all. So y'all get y'all some lunch and come on back. How y'all doing today? It's Monday. Did y'all hear her say lunch or break? Somebody type in the chat and let me know.
tit for tat, the payback murders between the rival gangs really flared up from what the state has alleged. It's page 25. Page 28. Mr. McClymonds said, okay, as far as I guess the state's motion right now, are you holding it in abeyance until? And I said, well, I'm granting it. I'm granting the motion in part specifically as to conduct that occurred in 2023, okay? So conduct that occurred in 2023, the acts of violence between the parties, the rival gangs, I find is admissible collateral crime evidence is being inextricably intertwined. Okay, very good. Let's get going. Let's bring in the detective.
What did the detective want? What did you do?
Oh, yeah, go bring the jury in.
All set, Judge?
Yep.
All rise. All jurors are in.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. State card next witness.
State Patrol Detective Richard Weaver.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, would you state your name for the jury?
Yeah, good morning. It's Detective Richard Nieder,
Where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with JSO?
9 years.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Gang Investigations Unit.
What assignments did you have in advance of your gang assignment?
Prior to that, I was assigned to a community crime response team. It's a violent crime task force that patrols the city. Prior to that, I rode the East Side Patrol, which would be like the east side of downtown Jacksonville.
Did you have the opportunity when you were actually a patrol officer in advance of that to patrol different neighborhoods in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And what neighborhoods were those, if you recall?
The main neighborhoods would have been out east in Springfield.
When you say out east, what does that mean to a layperson not from Jacksonville?
So the out east area of Jacksonville is well known for its the gang territory for the criminal gang 1200 out east.
And so did you become familiar with that area out east in 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that title 1200 and out east, does it relate to or refer to an area where the people live?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it also refer to a moniker for their gang association?
Yes.
If someone from out east was a member of 1200, is that a fair or accurate representation of their membership?
Yes.
In addition to patrolling some of these areas, now that you've become a gang detective, what do your day-to-day duties or activities look like in that role?
So our day-to-day duties is we monitor the gang and the members along with their associates. We also purge them if they no longer meet Florida state statutes. That is simply like undocumenting them, where the status of a gang member is no longer on them through NCIC and FCIC records. We also conduct custom notifications. It's where we take community outreach and influential people in the community out to troubled youth and at-risk adults' homes and offer them a way out.
When you were mentioning that you document or undocument members, tell me about that process. You said you document based on statute. What is that statute?
Yes, ma'am. It's 874.
And what do you do?
Overall, go ahead.
What is it that you're following as a guide in order to document a gang member?
There's 11 of the criteria that's laid out in the statute. Some of them are like admits to criminal gang membership, physical evidence, tattoos, style of dress, They associate with one or more known criminal gang members, or they're in the presence of, like with them in traffic stops and stuff like that. Their parents or guardian can say that they're a part of a gang, and there's probably a couple more.
As it relates to documenting a gang member, is there a different process for essentially seeing if a person meets the criteria to be a gang member versus being a gang associate?
Yes, ma'am. To become a gang member, you have to meet 2 or more of the 11 criteria outlined in 874. And to be an associate, you just have to meet one of the criteria.
And you indicated that that criteria includes admitting your membership or role in that gang.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it frequent that during the course of your investigations, gang members or their associates will admit to such, that they are involved in a gang or that they are members?
Yes, ma'am.
Do your duties also include undocumenting gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us a little bit more about that process. I don't know that the jury understands what FCIC and CIC is. What is that?
Yes, so NCIC is a national database, and FCIC is a Florida database. Whenever you run somebody's driver's license or run a person in those databases, it will come up and show you that they are a documented gang member within the state of Florida, and it'll tell you the gang that they're documented under.
Why would there be an undocumenting of a gang member? How does that happen?
They no longer meet Florida state statutes.
And do you continue, is it an ongoing process with either documenting or undocumenting?
Yes, ma'am, we investigate them, and if they continue the status within the gang, we continue to document them.
Did you and the members of your gang unit attend any particularized training as it relates to gang investigations?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What particular training did you attend?
I've gone to 2 of the Florida gang investigation conferences where they've taught beginner and intermediate levels of gang investigations. I've also attended violent crime and gang investigation conferences. I've also attended technology conferences that deals with cell phone towers and that type of stuff while tracking gangs.
When you attend these types of trainings, is that a more generic style of training or educating you on gangs in general?
Yeah, generally, they kind of, the Florida ones will tend to guide towards Florida state statutes and stuff like that. And then the ones that are not Florida-based, they teach you like what they're doing across the country as far as how they're investigating and what they're seeing.
These types of trainings, do they provide you specific intel or knowledge as it relates to Jacksonville gangs, or is that something that you learn just based on your experience day to day?
Based on my training and experience day to day.
Are you assigned to a particular gang or group in the Jacksonville area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang are you actually assigned to investigate?
ATK.
What does ATK stand for?
There's various different reasons, but the reason that has been told to me was Ace's Top Killers.
So ask him the proper predicate regarding based upon his experience and training.
Based upon the training and experience that you have day to day, have you learned what ACES or ATK stands for?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Overall, go ahead.
If
Yeah.
I may add, Your Honor, this witness has not been qualified as an expert at this point, so he cannot testify to hearsay.
Do you wish to voir dire him on his qualifications?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll wait until she attempts to
No,
qualify him.
do it now.
No problem. Good morning. It's the morning. Good morning, Officer Nieder, Detective Nieder.
How are you?
Good morning. You said you've been with JSO for about 9 years.
Yes, ma'am.
In your 9 years that you've been with JSO, you have not been working with gangs the entire time, correct?
That is correct.
So you've only been investigating gangs for about 3 years.
Correct.
All right. In the gang unit, there are about 12 detectives total.
Yes.
Is that accurate? And each detective has a specific assignment for a particular gang that's in the city.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the gang that you're assigned to is ATK.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your training and experience as it relates to gangs, I want to talk about before you ever became an officer. You were never a member of a gang, right?
No, ma'am.
So you don't have any personal experience related to gangs.
I do not.
All right. You attended Edward Borders College, right, in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And your degree's in criminal justice?
Correct.
You didn't have any sort of specialization in gangs while you studied criminal
Not there.
justice? You did not?
Not there.
Okay. Did you have a specialization in gangs in any other degree or education?
Through the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, I have.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. I mean, just mean like as far as education, any sort of master's degree or?
I do not. no.
Okay. And you didn't study or focus on gangs at all while you studied for your criminal justice degree? Not
That's
just
correct.
Jacksonville gangs specifically?
That's correct.
Okay. So your training, you have attended two, I'll say, groups of training as it relates to gangs while you were a detective in Jacksonville, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that will be the HIDA trainings?
HIDA, yes, ma'am.
HIDA trainings?
Yes, ma'am.
And the other one is the Florida Gang Conference, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I want to go through those in kind with you.
All right.
So starting with the HIDA trainings. That stands for High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's a federal agency.
Okay. And they put on these trainings for officers to attend.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and those classes are given by specific instructors. Are those instructors detectives or officers that investigate gangs?
Generally, they're gang detectives from other parts of the United States and sometimes Florida.
Okay. Those are not other detectives that are going to have expertise in Jacksonville gangs. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't know their expertise.
Okay. You never took any specific training with HIDA that highlighted Jacksonville gangs?
No, ma'am. It was just a street gangs class.
Okay. And you took between 2 and 3 of those classes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You don't remember exactly when you took those trainings, do you?
Sometime within, I would say, probably took one within when I was on the community problem response team, and then the other 2 I'd probably taken while I was been a member of the gang unit.
Okay. The curriculum, you said that it doesn't focus on Jacksonville gangs, and you don't really touch anything related to Jacksonville gangs in those trainings. Is that accurate?
I would say no.
Okay. It's not accurate, or you don't?
It's not accurate.
Okay.
They do touch on Jacksonville gangs because the class is being hosted in Jacksonville, but the whole class is not about Jacksonville gangs.
Okay, and is it your testimony that there are detectives that are teaching you the specifics of Jacksonville gangs in those trainings?
Just trends that they've seen in Jacksonville. I wouldn't say they're teaching us strictly about a Jacksonville gang as much as like the crimes that street gangs and other people that we can see.
Okay. All right, the Florida Gang Conference, you've been to 2 of those, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are courses where at the end of them you get sort of a participation certificate,
Yes.
and you've received those, you completed the courses?
Yes, ma'am.
And those courses also have no emphasis on Jacksonville gangs?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and now, inside your specific experience at JSO as a detective, you didn't investigate gangs as a patrol officer, is that right?
That's correct.
And the community response team, they don't investigate gangs specifically, right?
No, ma'am.
You already mentioned you don't personally know anyone that's been in a gang. Drill rap, you would say, is an important piece of this as well, right?
It could be, yes.
You don't listen to drill rap outside of when you're working, when you have to.
I listen to it for my job, yes.
Right, only for your job.
Correct.
You're not a fan of it, it's not something that you have attempted to understand outside of when you're investigating these gangs?
I would say I understand it so I can do my daily duties as a gang detective.
Correct, and let me be more specific. Your only attempts at understanding it are in your role as a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and it's your understanding that there's no hierarchy in these gangs, that's your understanding?
And what, I'm sorry?
In Jacksonville gangs?
It depends on what kind of Jacksonville gang you're
Sure,
speaking
you
of.
asking him about his opinion? Because this is limited to voir dire regarding
Correct.
his qualifications. So are you now going to elicit his opinion?
No, I'm not, I'm
Well,
eliciting
sounds like
his,
you are.
if I can
Okay.
respond, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead, you can answer the question.
Okay, in your experience, you have not understood that there's any sort of hierarchy in these Jacksonville gangs?
It would depend on what Jacksonville gang you're speaking of.
Okay, is it your testimony that in your experience, you've learned that there are some gangs that have hierarchies in Jacksonville?
There is, yes, ma'am.
Okay. you wouldn't be able to, you have not learned in your experience or your training about any sort of initiation that these gangs in Jacksonville may have.
Once again, it would depend on the gangs you're speaking about.
I'm speaking specifically about the gangs related to this case. So I'll list them: ATK, 1200, 6 Block, those gangs.
I'm not sure about any initiation into those gangs, no ma'am.
That's not something that you've learned in your experience.
No ma'am.
That's not something that you could testify to the jury about.
Correct.
You've never written any sort of publication on gangs in general or specifically Jacksonville gangs?
I have not.
You're not even quite really sure what a publication is as it relates to expertise. Is that accurate?
Like, yeah, what would you mean by publication? Like a book?
A book or some sort of article where you've done research and gathered information to teach other people about?
I would say that our field investigative reports and documenting gangs and gang members would be a publication as to I've written about gangs.
Well, I'm not asking what you write about in your investigations. I'm asking about scholarly things that have been published and peer-reviewed from other experts.
No, ma'am, I've never written a book or a news article or anything of that
Okay.
nature.
You've never read any publications on gangs either?
Just stuff to do on my daily duties.
You've never, you said written any books. You've never read any books on gangs either, have you?
I have not.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions at this time. I don't know if you want me to make arguments or. Okay.
Detective, when you attend the trainings or conferences on gangs, when you're receiving those presentations, are they related to the bigger gangs that are commonly known across the country, the Bloods, the Crips, that type of thing?
Yes, ma'am, generally.
Are these programs nationally recognized and presented at agencies across the nation?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to your specific publication or publicizing of the information that you collect in your day-to-day duties, do you or any members of your unit make it a regular practice to publicize or publish articles based on the tactics that you use to make arrests and develop cases of criminal gang members?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would that be harmful to your case or investigation to do so?
Yes.
As it relates to your attending these conferences, are those mechanisms of continuing legal education for techniques in tracking gangs?
Yes.
As it relates to those same conferences, do you obtain information as it relates to new technologies, new tactics?
Pardon me?
I'm objecting to leaving.
Overall, go ahead.
Do you obtain information as it relates to new technology or new tactics that are being seen across the nation with other agencies?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you attending those conferences for the purpose of learning information about the gangs in Jacksonville specifically?
No, ma'am. We attend those conferences to try to become better detectives in the investigations that we conduct in Jacksonville.
As it relates to the gangs in the Jacksonville area, do you and essentially the active members of that gang believe that you have the most knowledge about the ATK gang?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to the other members of your unit, do you work with them or alongside of them when you're investigating ATK-related crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the point of contact if an ATK gang member or associate is believed to have been involved in any crime in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the same for all other detectives in their assigned gangs?
Yes, it would.
As it relates to the other assigned gangs specifically related to this case of 1200, ATK, and 6 Block as a total, are you all required to still be familiar with the other gangs despite your assignment to one specific group?
Yes, ma'am. We have to have general knowledge of all of the gangs in Jacksonville. Just when if something was to happen and I was the one that was up and available, that I would have to respond and have the general knowledge to give the intelligence to other investigating detectives about what occurred.
And when you say if you were the one that was up, are you actively on call as a member of the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am, all the time.
Do each of the detectives in that unit hold the same responsibility?
Yes, ma'am.
If called to a scene, are they required to understand the neighborhood, the parties involved, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am.
If there are facts that need developed as it relates to ATK, 1200, or 6 Block, are the members of your gang unit called to respond?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much of your workday, day to day, is dedicated to working gang cases?
All day, that's, we only deal with gangs.
And you develop that knowledge, you indicated before, by doing what on a day-to-day basis?
Just investigating them through social media, through music videos, and other means.
By other means, without telling me what is said, do you also interview the members of those groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you interview the family members of those groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there another individual that you can think of that has more particularized knowledge about the Jacksonville gangs than yourself and your associates as it relates to the gangs?
Sustain the objection.
Do you commit your job day to day to working up not only the information about the gangs in Jacksonville as a whole, but ATK?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender the witness.
Okay, well, the witness has already been tendered, so the question that was left on the table was, what does ATK stand for? There was an objection, and I'm going to uphold the objection at this point.
I'm sorry, you said the witness has been tendered as an expert? I didn't-
We don't tender as experts anymore. We just allow questions to go forward or not. And so after the voir dire regarding this witness's qualifications, I'm going to allow the question to be asked and answered, okay? All right.
During your course of your time as a gang detective, did you develop information as it relates to what ATK stands for?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to develop the potential members of that group in your time working up the ATK gang?
Yes.
As it relates to the term ATK, what does that stand for, if anything?
Based on my training experience, it stands for ACE's Top Killers.
And ACE's Top Killers, is there a meaning behind that? What does that mean, or what does that relate to?
The name ACE would be the face or the head of ATK. His rapper name is Young and Ace.
Why does he then become the head of that group?
Based on my experience, he's the most influential. He's got the most views as far as his music.
Are you familiar with the drill rap scene as it relates to each of these groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking to you today specifically about ATK, 1200, and 6 Block, are all involved in the drill rap scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the scene something that you follow closely day to day?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are the music videos that are created by these groups posted?
They're posted on their social media accounts and YouTube.
What social media accounts are included in the accounts that are posted to?
Like you saying, like the name, like Instagram. They go on Instagram, and sometimes they go on X, which was formerly known as Twitter.
As it relates to ATK specifically, ACE's Top Killers with a face of Ace, is he the most influential or most followed person from that group?
Yes.
How is it that you're able to determine that he then becomes the most prominent member? What are you observing to make that determination?
It seems that based on the investigation, was that everybody seems to follow him where he's at. There's usually a bunch of people. He has the most
Objection, not
followers.
speculation.
Overall, go ahead.
He has the most followers on social media, on his accounts, and he gets the most views on his videos on YouTube.
Now, multiple members from these groups post or have music careers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you are able to determine a view count or a popularity count when you're looking at these YouTube videos or videos posted to YouTube?
On YouTube, when you watch the video, it'll tell you how many people have viewed it below the video.
And are those videos something open to the public and viewable to the public?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the social media profiles of the members of ATK?
Most of them are public. There are some of them who have private profiles, but for this, right now, Ace's profile is public.
As it relates to 6 Block, do you do the same thing? Despite not being directly assigned to that group, are you following that group closely?
I do follow them, but not as close as other members of our unit.
Specifically, do you know who the members of 6 Block are?
Not all of them, but I could name off a few of them.
By a few, what's that number?
Maybe like 3 to 5.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to meet with and discuss the developments that the person that is assigned to the 6 Block group would have had in his investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the name of that individual that's assigned to 6 Block?
His name is Detective McCullough.
As it relates to 1200 and that group, who is assigned to 1200?
Detective Griffin.
day-to-day when there are developments, so say that a crime is reported, do you all work independently or together in order to ascertain what the issues are currently between the groups?
We would work together.
In ultimately identifying the members of ATK as it relates to this case as, or the relevant members of this case, were you consulted by Detective Nieder in his creation of a chart?
Yes, myself, Detective Drabeck and I, and McCullough and Griffin all pitched in to make the chart.
Is it common that you all work together to develop cases, develop what's going on between the gangs with each other, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am, they intermingle a lot.
As it relates to what we've talked about as being ATK and 1200, what is the difference between those two groups?
One of them, ATK, is they're two separate gangs, but they associate with each other through music and just like having a common enemy.
Who is the common enemy of ATK and 1200?
It would be the groups on the north side. The prominent one over there would be 6 Block.
And when you're talking about these groups, you're talking about them in areas. So you've told me out east and north side. Is that typically where their association or affiliation with these groups come from, is the location?
Generally, yes, ma'am, but you don't have to be from those parts of town to be a part of the gang.
You said that ATK and 1200 associate with each other. Have you personally, in your training, in your day-to-day work with these gangs, seen 1200 and ATK members on music videos together?
Yes, ma'am.
In social media posts together?
Yes, ma'am.
How about, you said both of those have a common enemy, which is 6 Block.
Yes, ma'am.
When it relates to 6 Block, are there individuals a part of 6 Block that claim other groups?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean, to be in 6 Block but be associated to something else?
6 Block has subsets, which is they're documented as gangs, but they kind of like associate with each other. The subset would be like We All We Got. They call it WAWG, and then Bully Gang.
So those are other groups that are associated to 6 Block.
Yes, ma'am.
Would those members from We All We Got or 6 Block associate with each other? Would they be present in music videos together?
Yes.
Would they be on social media and pictures together?
Yes.
So despite being in separate groups or subsets, they are together at least enough to form a common enemy.
Yes.
And the enemy of 6 Block, at least as it relates to this investigation, was whom?
It would be like 1200 and ATK.
When you were working as a member of the Jacksonville Gang Unit, were you notified about the potential for Charles Jones coming to Tampa for some kind of performance?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I've dealt with him several times in person on my doing my daily duties.
Have you had contact with him before?
I have.
Have you seen his music videos over the years?
I have.
When you were working in patrol, were you familiar with the beef that was going on between the two sides or between the two areas?
My knowledge of it is way more extensive now, but I had general knowledge of issues on the parts of towns. Yes, ma'am.
As you developed in the gang unit, did there become a prominent person or member in the 6 Block group?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Jones.
As we've discussed in the ATK ACES Top Killers group, is that the same level of prominence that we now have with 6 Block and Charles Jones?
Yes,
Does Mr. Jones also have that music career that we've discussed?
he does.
And is your position or your opinion based upon his position in 6 Block based on what you've already indicated was the same for Ace or
Yes.
Young and Ace?
Yes,
Is he the person in 6 Block with essentially the most views?
he is.
And when videos or music videos were released by ATK, if we start there and talk about Young and Ace, were those videos that you personally and members of your unit would watch?
Yes, we would.
What is your process in viewing the drill raps or music videos that are released by each of these sides?
My process is I listen to it, the whole thing through, and then after that, I will break down the video. You can collect a lot of good evidence towards the gang in them, as far as like hand signs and clothings and other stuff of that nature. And then once I get through all of that breaking down, and then I break down the lyrics.
Do you work with the other members of your gang unit in order to accomplish the review of these videos and discuss potential crimes surrounding them?
Yes, we do.
Is there any procedure in place where you also review crime reports to see if anything is related to what has been described in these drill raps?
Yeah, generally the drill raps, they come after the crime, so they'll talk about stuff that has already happened.
So at the time that you are watching these drill raps on YouTube, for example, do you, when you're viewing it, just based on your day-to-day training and experience, your duties day-to-day, relate, this video is related to X incident?
Yes.
Have you personally, whether now in your time with the gang unit or earlier before that, responded to the incidents of violence between ATK and 1200 and 6 Block?
I have.
Now, you indicated that you worked to complete some charts with the other members of your unit with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 90A. Do you recognize the individual depicted in that photograph?
That's Charles Jones.
And I am showing you 84A through C. Please take a look and tell me if you recognize the items depicted there.
Yeah, these would be members and associates of each group, but it's not everybody. It's like a more of the prominent guys, a part of the groups, rather than everybody inside of the group.
As it relates to the image of Charles Jones, does this image fairly and accurately depict Julio, or the person you came to know as Julio?
Yes.
And as it relates to these charts, despite not being all-encompassing of all of the members of 6 Block, ATK, and 1200, do they fairly and accurately represent the members or associates of those groups?
Yes.
These assets will be shown prior to approaching the witness with them.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit states 90A and 84A through C.
Any objection?
No objection to the photo of Mr. Jones. We just renew our previous objection to the chart.
Okay, very good. Same ruling, so 84A through C will be admitted as well as 90.
I'm showing you on the screen, if you can look over your shoulder there, what I've previously shown as 90A. Is this the person that you know to be Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you alerted to an incident having occurred in Tampa in June of 2024 resulting in the death of Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to that incident, had you responded to calls for service related to Charles Jones or his potential injury?
I have.
Had you responded to calls for service related to the injury or homicide of members of the opposing gangs, ATK or 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking specifically about your viewing of the music videos in these particular cases, did you have an opportunity to view the music videos put out by Young and Ace in advance of your coming to the unit?
I'm sorry, can you ask that?
Before you came to the gang unit, were you aware of these drill raps in Jacksonville?
I was, just based off of my time in the community problem response unit.
Since you're having come to become a detective in the gang unit, have you studied the videos that have been released, the music videos or drill raps released by Young and Ace?
I have.
Have you studied the music videos or drill raps released by Charles Jones?
I have.
Let's speak specifically about the evidence that you previously mentioned as the charts that were created by your unit. If you could look over your shoulder, please. Here, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84C. Do you recognize that chart?
Yes, ma'am.
Are some of the more prominent members of the ATK group depicted in this chart?
Yes.
As it relates to the members that you have discussed already, so Young and Ace, for example, can you show us where Young and Ace is in this chart?
He's on the first row, the top row, all the way to the left.
And in your time investigating ATK or studying the gang members associated with this group, did you come to learn the identities of the other people depicted here?
I have, yes.
Who is Quan or Trayvon Bullard?
Quan and Trayvon Bullard was a victim of a homicide in Jacksonville in 2018.
What about Royal Smith and Jacoby Grover?
Yes, ma'am, it was a triple homicide. They all were killed in the same incident.
Where did that homicide occur?
It occurred in Duval County at an area of town we call the Town Center.
And what relationship, if any, do they have to Young and Ace?
Young and Ace was the fourth victim in that case. He was shot as well. He did not die.
As it relates to the drill raps that you saw subsequent to that homicide and the shooting of Young and Ace, were there music videos put out by 6 Block which referenced that shooting?
There was.
Was there a nickname associated to Royale Smith in the middle photo there?
Yes, ma'am. His nickname was 23.
So just the number.
Yes, ma'am.
And as it relates to Gutta Zay or Isaiah Chance, did Isaiah Chance represent ATK?
He did. He is a member of ATK.
And did he have any associations or affiliations to other groups?
He had an association with 1200.
When we speak about your observations or your review of the social media profiles of each of these individuals, did you have an opportunity firsthand to review the social media posts by Isaiah Chance in his falling out with ATK?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Was there a group for which Isaiah Chance begun relating himself after his fallout with ATK?
Are you asking what the post was?
No, what was the group that he then wanted to associate himself with or did post to associate himself
He then
with?
associated himself with 1200.
When talking specifically about Antonio Tilley depicted in this image, is Mr. Tilley alive or deceased?
Mr. Tilley is deceased.
And are you familiar with how that homicide came about?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to that scene specifically yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that homicide referred to in the drill raps?
Yes, it should be.
The homicide of Antonio Tilley, is Tilley mentioned in the drill raps between the groups? Excuse me.
He is. He's mentioned in them.
As it relates to the group 1200, did you have particularized knowledge about the group 1200 as well, just in your role as a gang unit detective?
I do.
And in showing you states 84B, does this chart at 84B also fairly and accurately depict the members of the 1200 group?
Yes.
As it relates specifically to the top line, can you see that okay from where you are?
Yes, ma'am.
The nicknames that are depicted below the legal names of these individuals, how is it that you all are able to ascertain these nicknames?
That's their music name.
Hearsay.
Go ahead.
That's their music name. Whenever they post stuff online, that's the name they use as like their artist or their stage name.
And so on the Instagram posts, for example, are they utilizing their nicknames or their legal names?
Nicknames.
What about as it relates to the YouTube videos? Do they use their music or street name or their legal names?
Nicknames.
So when viewing these videos, are you able to ascertain, despite not having the legal name of the person on these drill raps, are you able to ascertain who the parties are inside of them?
Yes.
Do you, when viewing these drill raps, recognize the individuals as you're watching them, even if they aren't labeled?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review a music video as it relates to saying the words Spaz or Corbin?
Yes.
And is that frequently used in the drill raps by 6 Block?
Yes.
Now, when a group says another group's member in their drill raps, is that intended to be a good thing or a nice thing to do?
If you're a part of one group and you say somebody else's name that's a part of the opposing group, it would be disrespectful.
And have you had an opportunity to view music videos from Wappa with the Choppa and Spin a Benz?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically as it relates to their music videos with members of ATK, have they been documented as having videos together?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you think of a video that would be reflective of members of ATK and members of 1200 together?
The most popular one would be Who I Smoke.
And by most popular, are you referring back to what you've already advised were the YouTube views?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, as it relates to 6 Block, can you confirm that it was determined in States 84A that Charles Jones was a member or active member of the gang 6 Block?
Yes, he was.
And his associates, as depicted here on this chart, were you able to determine or recognize the individuals depicted?
Yes.
Were there individuals included on your 6 Block summary as some of the bigger players with 6 Block that are also deceased?
Yes, there's some that are deceased on there.
In referring specifically to the second photograph next to Mr. Jones, Bibby, is that an individual who is deceased?
Yes, he is.
Is that an individual who is frequently referenced in the drill raps from ATK and 1200?
He is.
In the photo depicted just below Bibby, who is Therese Powell?
Therese Poe is another Jacksonville artist who goes by the name of K Shorty.
And is he a 6 Block member, affiliate? Tell me how it is that he's associated to 6 Block.
Therese Poe would be a part of We All We Got, WAWG.
At some point, was he directly associated to 6 Block?
Yes, WAWG is associated to 6 Block.
Is that what you described earlier as one of the subsets?
Yes.
And would he be frequently depicted in videos or images to social media with other members of 6 Block as depicted here?
With some of the members, yes, but not all.
When we see in the photo that is on the second row and second one in, so Tiki Williams, is that someone who you're familiar with?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether his name has been referenced by 1200 and ATK members in drill raps?
It has.
When you all are referencing these drill raps or the music videos themselves, are you just accessing them from the internet, plainly YouTube, watching the videos, etc.?
Yes, ma'am. Generally, they'll post like little snippets of it on their social media with the like name of the song or like a link to YouTube, and then you can go to YouTube and watch the whole video.
And you have had an opportunity to review or view 4 specific videos as relevant to this particular case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a video that was published by members of ATK and members of 1200 called Who I Smoke?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say that that is one of the more popular videos that has been put out by Jacksonville gang rappers?
Yes, it is.
And in your experience, have you had an opportunity to see the number of views that have been racked up to that video at this time?
Yes.
Approximately how many views, if you know, has that video received?
Last I believe it was around 50 million.
And you've had an opportunity to review the Who I Smoke video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
One time or many times?
Many times.
As it relates to the response video, was there one posted by members of 6 Block?
There was.
And who posted a video in response to that?
Charles Jones.
What was the title of the video that was posted by Charles Jones in response to the YouTube video made by ATK and 1200?
The name of the video is When I See You.
And ultimately, as it relates to the YouTube or music videos in this particular case, were there videos posted after the death of Charles Jones in 2024?
There was.
Did those music videos come from members of ATK and or 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, as it relates to a music video by the title of Game Over, who was the music artist that made that video?
Young and Ace.
And when, in relation to Charles Jones's murder, was that video published to YouTube?
I'm not sure the exact time, but a couple weeks. I don't know the exact date. It was a couple weeks after.
And was there an additional video posted by 1200 members?
There was, and once again, I don't know the exact date of that one either, but it was weeks and month after.
What was the video titled from the 1,200 members?
Folio dead.
All right, are you getting ready to play the videos? Yes, okay, so I tell you what, it's 12:15, so it's probably a good time for us to go ahead and take our lunch recess. We'll come back and then you can play the videos, okay? All right, so if you all can be back at 1:15, we will continue with the trial. And just remember my previous admonition while we're on the break, don't talk to anybody about the case, all right? Okay, see you all back at 1:15.
All rise. There is audio.
Okay, very good. All right, Detective, since you're on the witness stand and have not yet been cross-examined while we're on the break, you can't talk to anybody about anything related to this case, including the prosecutors, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, see you back here at 1:15. All right, thank you.
Judge, before we go on a break, just for housekeeping, 68A through double K was introduced into evidence. There is no 68W for the record. I had my secretary go look at our master list and confirm that, so I just want to make that a note on the record.
Okay, so it'd be 68A through V, right? 68A through V, and then
Yes.
X through KK.
Yes.
All right, got it.
Thank you.
Okay, see you at 1:15.
Hey man, yes, we on lunch, honey. We on lunch. How you doing today? You didn't hear me, man? Can you hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. How can I? I got a double. Wait a minute. Hold on. What you mean, man? I don't know what you mean. You said now I can. Oh, you said now I can. I got a double. I'm listening to myself. I only heard you on Money World Trade Channel have both pulled up. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I got you. You scared me for a minute. I thought you were meaning. Oh, I read that wrong. Yeah, it should be our lunch in about maybe should be almost over. That's the downside to streaming live, like live or whatever. But it's all right.
session.
All right, we back, y'all.
All jurors are back there.
Okay, very good. Yeah.
Just want to bring to the court's attention, I just want to bring it to the court's attention that in between the break,
Welcome back, Ms. B.
Okay, thank you for alerting me. There was no conversation or anything, I'm assuming.
None whatsoever.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, defense counsel's present, defendant is present, state's present. You guys ready to continue? Is that a yes?
Yes, Your Honor, I
Okay,
apologize.
where's the detective? Yeah,
I think he's six.
yeah, just go ahead and have him retake the witness stand.
No.
All right, we ready to go?
I think there's an issue that you want to address, Your Honor.
Judge, we were provided before the jump drive of 5 additional songs, one of which is already included in the state's presentation of evidence and on our exhibit list. But the others are several songs, looks like attributable to the victim in this case, and so we just want to address that with the court.
Okay.
Some of them obviously refer to or extend the time frame as previously discussed and of course objected to by the defense. So the playing of 4 additional videos is something that the state's going to be objecting to. It is,
Well, what's the basis of the objection other than it extends the time? I mean, if they open the door, they open the door.
sure, but at some point, the playing of 4 in a row videos from our victim becomes cumulative by the defense when we're playing one from each side in the state's presentation of evidence. At some point, playing all videos that the victim published that were bad opens the door for then the state to publish whatever extra videos that the ATK members or 1,200 members also published that were bad. I don't know what the basis or honestly the relevance of publishing 4 more videos in addition to what we've already discussed and litigated is.
What's the relevance of 4 additional videos of the Mr. Jones?
Well, Your Honor, first, I guess to address the scope, there is no particular scope of these music videos that the state is entering. They're not limited to the 2023 incident. They're discussing murders that occurred well before.
No, I'm not as concerned about that. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not as concerned. The cumulative was the objection. So what's your response to that?
Well, first, Your Honor, I find that objection problematic, as that has been our argument, and the state has been wanting to open the door to all of these videos. We're specifically introducing them or attempting to on this particular witness because he has been listed as an expert in gangs, He is the person that is testifying as to his analyzing of these different songs. They have said over and over again about my client's intent, and that it goes to her intent and her knowledge. And these go to establish that she actually does not have that, right? That she's not involved in any of this back and forth, any of these individuals that are connected to these murders that the victim has been rapping about, just as, you know, some of the other individuals that are not involved in this trial have been rapping about. So this is our, opportunity to cross-examine this witness and question this witness related to his knowledge and the scope of his knowledge of all of this information.
Okay, so obviously I haven't seen these videos, so at this point in time, you can go ahead and show them, but at some point, if it becomes cumulative, obviously, then the state can renew their objection, and I'll just rule.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? So, all right, let's go ahead and bring them in.
John,
Yep, hold on one second, wait 1 second.
just to add to that, the other reason that these videos are going to be relevant is to complete the story. The state has sort of cherry-picked particular videos. This goes through the completeness and just to provide the entire context of what is actually happening in light of what they're alleging.
Okay, all right, very good. Well, I already said you could play them.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Sure. Yep. Okay, now I think we're ready.
All rise.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everybody. Have a seat and state you may continue with your direct examination.
Detective Nieder, before we broke for lunch, we were discussing some of the music videos that you've had an opportunity to review in relation to this war between ATK and 1200 and the 6 Block members. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And included in the videos of that back and forth there are some videos that we previously discussed as being Who I Smoke and When I See You.
Yes, ma'am.
And the videos subsequent to the homicide being Game Over and Julio Dead.
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 89A through D. Essentially, have you had an opportunity to review all 4 of the videos that I
Hi,
previously
Melissa.
mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to
I hadn't said a word, Melissa.
decipher the language that's used in those videos as far as the lyrics that are being rapped to or rapped about?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit self-authenticating exhibits States 89A through D in the certification of Exhibit 111.
Okay, any objection other than those previously made?
No, Judge.
Okay, same ruling and they'll be admitted.
And, Your Honor, permission to publish.
Yes.
In discussing States 89D, if we are, or 89A, excuse me, if we are reviewing the videos that you've previously described in order, which video occurred first?
Who I Smoke.
And who was the creator of the Who I Smoke video?
It would be Young and Ace, Fast Money Goon, Wappa with the Choppa, and Spinabins.
And when you mention all of those names, are those all separate people?
Yes.
And of the individuals that you've identified, are they associated with different groups or gangs?
Yes. Young and Ace and Fast Money Goon would be ATK, and Spinabins and Wappa would be 1200.
I'm going to publish those videos before we look to the language of them. If you could look over your shoulder, please.
Crazy.
Detective, having had an opportunity to view that video when it was posted to the internet or to YouTube, did you ultimately review it in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
And after reviewing that video in its entirety, did you have an opportunity to listen to that video and determine what lyrics could be ascertained as being said or rapped about in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would look to the screen here, are these those lyrics that you believe to have been included in that Who I Smoke video?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
And
pretty
looking
much.
at the screenshot here depicted on the screen are the individuals related to ATK and 1200 as being the rappers of this song, the only members of ATK that were included in this music video.
No, ma'am. The guy you see right there on top of the golf cart with his hand in the air is an ATK gang member. His name is Malquise Worthen.
And does he have social media for which you all have been able to access or monitor as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Is his social media account named ATK Keese?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the review of the video, could you please refer us to some of the lyrics for which you all took note as it relates to your duties in your gang unit?
Yes, ma'am. The first one, we see 12 paramedics. They use the number 12 because that represents 1200. The next one we see is Rod K. dead and he never coming back. Rod K. was a prominent figure of 6 Block. And then he says, I don't go nowhere without my heat coup.
I object, Your Honor, at this time to speculation and invasion of the province of the jury. As to what these lyrics mean.
Overruled, go ahead.
I don't go nowhere without my heat coup. Coup is a subset of 1200. 1200 gang members often call themselves coups. Smoking on Lil PD, and I was smoking Trey D too. Little PD and Trey D were also prominent figures in the 6 Block gang.
And when you see the language smoking on, what does that mean?
When they say they're smoking on somebody, it's a sign of disrespect or a sign of like a diss towards the opposing gang.
Is that different from smoking someone?
It's very similar to the meaning. Smoking on someone or smoking someone simply means that they were killed.
Throughout the video itself, were there names of members from the actual group 6 Block that were depicted in the music video?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the course of that video, was there a portion when the artists were saying names of 6 Block that you can identify here?
Yes, ma'am.
Please describe what that was for the jury.
The Who I Smoke Bibby and Who I Smoke Tiki.
How about Little Nine?
Little Nine was, he was affiliated with another group associated to 6 Block. He wasn't 6 Block himself.
So he was an associate of 6 Block.
In another gang, yes, ma'am.
Well, was he the member of a gang that was rivals with ATK, 1200, or their affiliates?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Bibby alive or deceased when this video was created?
Bibby is deceased.
And is Tiki alive or deceased when this video is posted to YouTube?
Deceased.
Last question, Little Nine, alive or deceased?
Deceased.
Now, what is JIT? J-I-T-T, I'm smoking JIT mean?
JIT is what they refer to as like a younger teenager, like a young adult. They would, instead of calling like your friend, you say that like, that's my JIT.
And was there any reference to an individual that was a member of ATK or NHG named Queso?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Queso related to a gang in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am. Queso is an ATK gang member.
And what is the next line under the Queso lyric referencing?
It says, no hospital boy, that line. This is just relating No Hospital Gang to ATK. That some of the members of ATK call themselves No Hospital Gang, but they're still ATK gang members.
They all associate with one another, this NHG No Hospital Gang.
Yes, ma'am.
They associate then with ATK and members of 1200.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar with an earlier attempt on Mr. Jones's life that occurred in Houston, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that occur on or before the date that this video was posted to YouTube?
Before.
And what was it that happened to Mr. Jones at that time?
Mr. Jones was shot in Houston.
Overruled, go ahead.
Mr. Jones was shot in Houston, and shortly after he got shot, he went live on his Instagram page in a hospital bed.
Okay, so describe for us what we're seeing here in these center paragraphs, please.
In the center paragraph, it says, "I was lurking on his page and caught him lacking in Houston. We let off shots and he went live, and I was tweaking like he ain't die." And then, so that's speaking in direct relation to the attempt on Charles Jones's life in Houston.
When the videos here, these drill rap videos are actually posted to YouTube or posted in some way, are you all, in addition to documenting these, relating them back to whatever offenses that they're referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, in seeing these lyrics, relate this to the offense that occurred in Houston on the prior attempt on Mr. Jones's life?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there, in response to that video, a video posted by 6 Block member and the victim in this case, Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the title of that music video?
When I See You.
And did that music video, or was that music video released, and did you have an opportunity to fully review the contents of that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, or were you able to identify some of the individuals that were depicted in that video in addition to Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are the individuals depicted at 3 seconds on this When I See You video on the screen, please?
In the black hoodie and the black pants with the red underwear, that's Charles Jones. On the poster board to the right, that's the 3 victims of the town center shooting, the triple homicide that occurred in 2018.
Were you all able to ascertain where generally this video was filmed?
This is me pausing, y'all, but listen. This is an example of social media / music videos gone bad. Like when people say the cops don't use social media, cops don't use this and that and the third, and in evidence, this is a prime example of it. Let's listen. Thank y'all for being here again.
What was the nature of the place where the video was filmed?
It's a graveyard or a gravesite.
And were you able to do the same with annotating or deciphering the lyrics that were included in this video after having an opportunity to watch it?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 89. It is the act of pouring champagne on a gravesite a sign of respect or disrespect as far as your training experience?
Disrespect.
And when we started this past video, there was some kind of language from a related news article. Are you familiar with the reports of the homicide that occurred in the town center?
Yes, ma'am, at the beginning.
And was there some specific reference as it relates to the date in which that homicide occurred, where 4/23 and Royal Smith were killed?
Yes.
Excuse me, Trayvon Bullard were killed?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the significance of that date?
It was 23's birthday.
Was Young and Ace or Kenyatta Bullard the only person who survived that shooting?
Yes.
But he was with the other 3 when they did not survive?
Yes.
What was the nature of that shooting itself?
It was a drive-by shooting at a red light.
And were the victims of that shooting located in a vehicle at the time that they were shot?
Yes, all 4 were in a vehicle.
In your review of the lyrics of this particular case, what is it that was relayed, and then ultimately highlighted?
The very first line, he says he's sliding through the 12. Once again, 12 is the representation of the 1200 out east part of town. He said Ace is from the west, how he clicked up with the east side. He's talking about Young and Ace originally is from the west side of Jacksonville in the Clay County, Duval area, and he's simply calling him out, asking him how he even got clicked up with the east side. And then he says he hasn't been the same since he's seen the other 3 die. That's the reference to the triple homicide of the town center. And then he says, I'm 2-3 high, which is Royale Smith. So he's saying, like, he's high.
Have you, in your time in the gang unit since the homicide actually occurred of these 3 individuals, seen members of ATK and 1200 representing 23 signs, necklaces, posting 23.
Yes, ma'am.
How about indications of ATK? Are there chains or jewelry of some kind that are indicative of being an ATK member?
Yes, ma'am. There's like an actual ATK necklace and then the necklace of 23.
When talking about these groups that link up, is there one specific group that's from out east?
1200.
And is there one specific group that's from the west?
ATK originated on the west side. It was originally Young and Gang, which is Young and Ace, and then Young and Ace got clicked up with some people from other parts of town and formulated ATK.
Does that allow you to, or allow them to grow the group?
Yes.
When you are looking at the lyrics at the bottom of the page here, are those specific as to the events that actually occurred on the date that these 3 individuals were shot and killed?
Yes, ma'am. He went out to eat on his birthday. It was 23's birthday, and they were leaving Wasabi at the town center. And then 4 shot, 3 dead. That's the facts of the case. There was 4 of them shot. Young and Ace survived. The other 3 passed away. And then he kept dissing on me, and now we're smoking 23. So he's saying they kept talking about me and disrespecting me, and now we're smoking on your friend.
Now, Mr. Jones references Bibby. Do you know anything about the relationship between Charles Jones and Bibby?
They were close friends.
How about Charles Jones Bibby and Robert Howard?
They would be close friends.
And all are affiliated with 6 Block.
Yes, ma'am.
What area of town is Melvin Park in?
It's in Jacksonville's west side.
And what gang is affiliated with Melvin Park or the area?
ATK.
If members of 6 Block are in the Melvin Park area or posting from the Melvin Park area, is that seen as a sign of disrespect of some kind?
Yes.
When the lyrics indicate caught Keese, who is Keese?
Malquise Worthen.
Is that the individual we previously discussed as ATK Keese?
Yes.
And do you know what they're referencing here?
He's referencing that he basically called him lacking, and he didn't go through with a fight or anything. He kind of just walked away.
When you look at the next line that's depicted here, please, who is Papa?
Lil Papa is a prominent rapper for 1200.
And again, Queso, is this the same individual that was referenced before?
Yes, Hakeem Robinson.
Is there an individual that's associated with ATK named Red Dot?
It is Torgon Williams.
And are you familiar with Torgon Williams?
I am.
Are you familiar with Queso?
I am.
And in the next line, there's a mention of an individual by the name of Shug. Can you tell me who that is?
Shug was a prominent name in 1200. His name is Avery McKnight.
Do you know the relationship to Shug or how he passed away in 1200?
Yeah, he was killed while he was riding a bicycle.
And is there some significance or relation from Shug to co-defendants Rashad Murphy or Davion Murphy?
I believe so.
Do you know specifically what that relationship would be?
I do not.
Now, have you had an opportunity to review the photographs of the tattoos on Davion Murphy's person?
I have.
Are you the individual who actually took the photographs of the tattoos that are on Davion Murphy's person?
Yes, ma'am.
And did those tattoos include reference to several of the individuals that are mentioned in these songs?
Yes.
What does rolling Michi in this wood mean?
Michi was a prominent figure of 1200. He was shot and killed, and he's saying that he's rolling them up in the joint and smoking them.
Is that meant to be a sign of disrespect?
Yes.
Same reference when talking about smoking Rollo.
Yes, Rollo was a close friend of J. Dot, who's Jacory Rivers.
Does J. Dot go by any other names, or is J. Dot short for something else?
His other name was like J. Dot Breezy.
Okay. And he also is a musician as a part of these groups?
He is.
With which gang is J. Dot Breezy or J. Dot affiliated?
He would be more affiliated with 1200.
And are you aware of any reference to J. Dot or J. Dot's involvement in this particular case?
Am I aware of J. Dot's involvement in this case?
Yes, not as it relates to what's on the screen, but in this case. case?
Briefly,
Did you provide the information that you had as it related to some of these offenses to the detectives down in Tampa, you and other gang detectives, about the rivalries that were occurring in Jacksonville?
yes.
Specifically, as it relates to 2023, was there a scene to which you responded on August 16th of 2023?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that call out?
It came out as a homicide on I-95 near near Zoo Parkway. It's kind of up on the city's north side.
How was it that there was a homicide on the highway? What did you arrive to?
I arrived to a deceased black male, later identified as Jaquan Pickens, inside of a green Dodge Challenger that was crashed into the back of a semi.
Upon your further review of the vehicle or the evidence in that investigation, was it determined that it was more than a vehicle crash?
Yes.
What occurred?
Based on the evidence that we discovered, a drive-by shooting occurred on the interstate where a car pulled up beside Mr. Pickens and started shooting at him.
Overruled, go ahead.
When you are at that scene, did you document the injuries that had occurred?
Homicide detectives would have.
And did you at least ultimately make an identification of the individual that was the driver of the vehicle?
We did. We identified him as Jaquan Pickens.
And what gang is he associated with?
Jaquan Pickens is associated with 6 Block.
After the homicide of Jaquan Pickens, did you respond to a call for service on August 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the day following the homicide of Jake Jitt or Jaquan Pickens?
It was.
Was the victim of that instance identified?
Yes, he was identified as Jacoby Beals.
And is Jacoby Beals related to any of the gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes, he is 1200.
Following the incident that occurred in August, were there several social media posts that occurred after Jaquan Pickens was murdered? Did anyone take credit for that murder?
Generally, after all of gang-related shootings in Jacksonville, social media tends to boost up and get really active. A lot of people post and start disrespecting the deceased of the opposing groups.
Does that also happen on October 6th and 7th when there are additional offenses that occur?
Yes,
Did you respond on October 6th to the homicide of Antonio Tilley?
I did.
And what was the nature of that call?
Antonio Tilley and an Uber driver was located deceased after they crashed into a house. Evidence in that case showed that a female named Diamond Harris set up Antonio Tilley by sending him provocative.
Relevance, hearsay, outside the scope of the court's prior order.
Yeah, sustain, just talk about what actually happened to Mr. Tilley.
What happened to Mr. Tilley to bring about his death?
He arrived at an abandoned house and was ambushed by a black male.
Was he shot and killed with a firearm?
He was.
And while you were working that scene, did you receive additional information or a call for service elsewhere in the city?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Where?
It would have been in the city's side of town called Paxson.
Is Prospect and 16th located in that Paxson area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of that call for service? Were you able to determine who the victim of that was?
Yes, it was Charles Jones was shot in his foot.
Did you receive that call and request to respond while you were still working the first scene?
Yes.
Approximately what time did the October 6th shooting of Antonio Tilley actually occur, was reported?
I believe it was reported around like 2300 hours, which would be at 11 o'clock at night. I was not dispatched until like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
And while working that scene, you received notification of the scene that Charles Jones had been shot?
Yes, that notification came in around probably like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Was there evidence that was obtained from that attempted murder on Charles Jones from October 7th of 2023, and was that ultimately provided to law enforcement in this particular investigation?
Yes, there was spent casings that were discovered on the shooting of Charles Jones.
When you learned of the homicide that occurred here in Hillsborough County, did you provide assistance to the gang members in Jacksonville and also to the Tampa Police Department investigators that was about the gang activity in Jacksonville?
Objection, moving on.
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to Charles Jones and Isaiah Chance, were you in your daily activities able to observe some interactions with the co-defendant and the victim in this case on the internet in the days leading up to Mr. Jones's homicide?
I personally did not know.
Would another member of your unit have done that?
Very well could have.
Okay. When you are referencing Isaiah Chance being a part of ATK, was there some time at which he was being removed or removing himself from that gang?
Yes, he is. He had a falling out with ATK.
And what group did he begin then affiliating himself with based on the social media posts from his accounts that you reviewed?
1200.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
After the death of Charles Jones occurs in Tampa, were you alerted to new videos on social media and YouTube that had been posted by members of ATK or 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Immediately after the death of Charles Jones, was a video posted to YouTube?
Yes.
Were you
Objection, vague, and hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Are you familiar with the video that was posted on the day of the homicide?
Yes, I believe it's called Let's Do It.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
As it relates to a subsequent video also posted by ATK called Game Over, did you have an opportunity to review that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to do the same in reviewing the lyrics as you had previously?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Young and Ace the only individual who is cited as being an artist on this particular video?
As an artist, yes.
Publishing 89C.
All day, you niggas don't want to walk with me, man. You niggas don't do this shit, bro. You niggas don't want to walk with me, man. Fuck. I'm fuck glasses, bro. Hit the fuck road, man.
As it related to the lyrics of the song Game Over as published by Young and Ace, did you have an opportunity to review those lyrics as well?
Yes.
Was there a specific reference to the homicide that occurred in Tampa on June 23rd of 2024 in the death of Charles Jones?
Yes, there was.
When speaking about the lyrics that I've highlighted here, has there been an ongoing feud for over the course of the last several years between the groups ATK and 1200?
Yes, that's the go to war reference.
In several of the videos that you have seen, or at least in these videos, surely this is not indicative of the only videos that have been posted between the two groups.
Correct.
And in the videos that you've seen, is it common to see this fuck the six language across the videos?
Yes.
Is that language used in the videos in a manner to disrespect Six Block?
Yes.
Six Block members that are posting their own music videos, including Mr. Jones, use similar language in his videos.
Yes.
And in the video that we've seen here, did you see the chain that was worn by Mr. Bullard?
Yes.
And is that the chain that you were indicating was indicative of ATK?
Yes.
When you spoke with the detectives in Tampa regarding the facts of the homicide of Charles Jones, were you able to ascertain that Mr. Jones had been shot and killed in a vehicle?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain that other individuals were also with him?
Yes.
In the last video that we saw of When I See You that was actually published by Mr. Jones, was there some reference to Young and Ace, the artist of Game Over, in reference to him losing it over the death of 23?
Yes.
In your review of the lyrics and depicted here on the screen, is that a reference that Young and Ace himself also is making in his music videos?
Yes.
Your Honor, invading the province of the jury.
Overruled, go ahead.
What is it that's indicated in this video?
Once 23 died inside my eyes, I lost my mind.
Can you describe for the jury what the 556 reference is as well?
556 is a caliber of round.
And was that used in the lyrics of this song?
Yes.
What was the 556 lyric?
556 increases the murder rate.
Was there a description as to as to clothing in this song as well?
Yeah, mask on, get up close. This is another closed case that's referencing like suspects or
Objection,
individuals.
speculation,
Wait.
And invading the province of the jury.
Okay, overruled, go ahead.
It's referencing suspects or other individuals masking up and getting very close to the people that they kill. And it's another closed case because they died and there's no a living victim.
Overruled, go ahead. As it relates to the language when the artist Young and Ace is referring to Mr. Six, do you plainly, based on your training and experience in day-to-day work in this area, understand who he's referencing?
Mr. Six is Charles Jones.
And the showing of Don Julio bottles, is there some significance to that as it relates to these videos that started in June of 2024 that were posted by ATK or 1,200 members?
Objection, speculation, objection to invading the province of the jury, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection of relevance.
Okay, overruled.
Yes, ma'am. During my investigation into the criminal gang ATK, until after the death of Charles Jones, Don Julio bottles were not referenced in any music video or any type of photograph that they have taken until after the death.
Is the
Objection to hearsay as well, Your Honor.
is the bottle of Don Julio a bottle of alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something that was commonly related to Julio Fulio or Charles Jones?
Objection, speculation.
It was related to him after his death. Some people knew him as Julio Fulio, some people knew him as Fulio, so the name Don Julio brought in the rapper name of Charles Jones.
Depicted in the beginning of this Game Over video, we see a Don Julio on top of the head, and we've heard some of those lyrics about having the head of another member. What does that mean?
Like they're killed. They've been deceased, usually by gunfire.
After the publication of this video by ATK's Young and Ace, was there a music video also published by the individuals who were in that first song?
Yes, ma'am.
The Who I Smoke video had members of both ATK and 1200, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And included in that video with Young and Ace were individuals by the name of Wappa with the Choppa?
Yes, ma'am. He's also known as Ducci.
And were there any other individuals also depicted in both?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Yes, was there anyone else from the original song that we played in States 89A with Spinabins, Wappa with the Choppa, Young and Ace, and Fast Money Goon of Who I Smoke that made their own videos after Young and Ace made Game Over?
Yes, ma'am. Wappa and Spinabins made their own song called Fulio Dead.
Posting now States 89D. For the Fulio Dead video by Spinabins and Wappa with the Choppa, were you able to identify any specific language as it related to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what's highlighted on the screen before us here?
Yes, ma'am.
When there's a reference to his mother stronger than him in these lyrics, can you describe for us what these lyrics are highlighted for?
Yes, ma'am. His mother was shot in Jacksonville prior to his death, and she survived.
So she lived from that shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor.
What-
Relevance.
Overruled.
When she was shot, was anybody else shot or injured at that time?
I don't know the answer to that.
But you're familiar with her shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
What about the Holiday Inn? Is there any specific relevance to the posting about Holiday Inn in this particular music video after the murder?
Yeah, there's the chain of hotels that was here in Hillsborough County.
What does Glock Party, I'm smoking op pack, put that 8 in mean?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, go ahead.
Eight is Trey D. He was shot and killed in Jacksonville. He was a prominent figure of 6 Block. When you say you're smoking an op pack, they relate the pack and like a cigarette pack or like a blunt package, and they're putting ops in it to smoke them.
In addition to having viewed the music videos that were posted, did you have a chance to review the images that were depicted in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And do Wapa Wita Chapa or Spinabins have a hand sign for the gang at 1200 to which they're related?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And do they throw that sign in these music videos?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Are you familiar with what that sign is?
I know of it, but Detective Griffin with 1200 would be able to demonstrate it better than me.
And be able to tell us the history of it itself?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness at this time.
Cross?
No, it is afternoon. Good afternoon,
Good
Detective Meter.
afternoon.
All right, so today this is your first time testifying as an expert.
No, ma'am.
You've testified as an expert before?
Yes, ma'am.
In what hearing?
It was a sentencing hearing in Jacksonville. It was a case involving Sean Walcott, who was a 1200.
Okay. Did that occur after your deposition in this case?
No, it was before.
Okay. I want to talk to you about where you get in your job, in your day-to-day, where you get your intel from. Part of your job is to provide information to other detectives to support them in their investigations, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So to get that information, I would assume you don't just get it sitting at your desk, right? You're out in the field or in the street getting information as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you get information from citizens, just people that are uninvolved in the gangs. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Like witnesses who might have witnessed the crime?
Or like somebody who lives in the neighborhoods where crime's happening. Yes.
Right.
ma'am.
They just might be concerned about something that's going on.
Correct.
You get information from snitches, from people that are giving you confidential information
Yeah.
in general, not asking about anyone specific. You might get information from the ops of the gang you're investigating. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You might get information from associates of the gangs as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. You also get information from social media
Yes.
and from the internet in general.
Yes, ma'am.
So like YouTube, for example.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You'd also get information from other detectives
Yes, ma'am.
if they're particularly investigating some sort of crime that might be related to something you're investigating.
Girl, get to the point.
Right? And I know you are assigned to ATK, and we've mentioned 1200, 6 Block, but there are also other gangs in Jacksonville too, right?
Yes, ma'am. I think we have 30 or 31 active gangs.
Okay. And not all those gangs are connected to the idea of like drill music, but these specifically are.
Yes, ma'am. These are.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you specifically about YouTube.
Okay.
And so you mentioned that you looked at, specifically in your investigation of this gang war, you've looked at, I'm sure, many YouTube videos, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not just music videos, right?
Yes, I would say it's a mixture, but general music. Music
Okay.
videos are the most common.
Okay. You also would look at like documentary style videos as well.
To a certain extent, yes, ma'am.
And in your review of those videos, sometimes you might find useful information, but you also find that not all the information is accurate, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, even though not all the information is accurate, you have been able to take some of that information and use it.
As long as it's corroborated by other evidence, yes.
Okay. And in fact, you've even used some information you've gathered from YouTube videos and testimony and sworn testimony related to this case.
Yes.
Okay. Particularly a different chart, gang chart that you captured from a YouTube video. Is that accurate?
I personally did not capture it, but I have seen it, yes.
And you've used it in sworn testimony before?
I guess you could say that.
Okay. And that was from a video from a gentleman by the name of Trap Lord Ross. That's not familiar?
I'm not sure who it was from. It was given to me. Like I said, I did not personally make that chart. I've seen it, but I'm not sure who it was from.
Okay. You are familiar with that gentleman though, right? Trap Lord Ross.
I don't know who that is.
You've never,
I'm going to overrule the objection. He said he doesn't know who that is.
so,
Okay, go ahead.
you've seen
She has nothing. She has nothing.
some of the hours-long documentary videos that sort of try to break down the gangs in Jacksonville.
I've seen a few.
And those videos have like millions of views.
Potentially, I'm not sure how many views they have.
Okay, a lot of views. You'd agree with that?
I'm not sure how many views they have.
Potentially thousands of comments, a lot of comments.
I'm not sure about the comments either.
Okay. You would agree with me that a part of in your investigations that you sometimes go through the comments in these videos?
It depends.
On what? What would it depend on?
It depends on the video itself.
Okay. And what is an example of a video where you see information about the gang and you would not go through the comments?
Generally, it just depends on what occurs in the videos. If the comments are worthy, a lot of times the comments are just trolling, so it's kind of a waste of time to scroll through all the comments.
And how would you know if the comments are trolling unless you go through them?
Well, I don't go through all of them. I've went through them on some videos, but not all videos.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're saying is you might to go through them, and then if you don't see anything useful, you move on.
Yeah, depending on the video.
Okay. And that's not just for the documentary style videos, it's also for the videos where there's music videos.
Yes,
And that's also going to be for videos that are posted on social media,
sometimes.
or pictures or any sort of post that's posted on social media.
Yeah, sometimes.
And these social media posts and YouTube videos and other information posted on the internet, in those comments are going to be people that are talking about what occurred or their opinions of those things, right?
Sometimes.
And this is stuff that's just open to the public,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So it could be people from Jacksonville commenting on this stuff.
Could be.
And I'm sure you've probably seen people from other cities or even other states commenting on this stuff.
The usernames, I'm not real familiar where they're from.
Understood, but you wouldn't dispute me that there is no, it's not specified to Jacksonville. You don't have to be from Jacksonville to comment on this stuff, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, and you'd agree with me that the fact that this sort of gang beef is ongoing, this is common knowledge.
I would say yes.
You'd agree with me that the fact that 1200 and ATK or 1200 and 6 Block have a beef is common knowledge.
It would depend on your definition of common knowledge. I would say that like a normal citizen of Duval County may not know about this, but if you live in the neighborhood, it's pretty common knowledge to people who live in that neighborhood or into these type of wars and gangs.
Okay, so let me take it a step back. You're saying that people in Jacksonville don't have knowledge of this?
I would venture to say that there is people in Jacksonville who do not have knowledge of this, yes.
Okay. These crimes, when they occur,
Oh,
things that are
hold
posted on
on.
the normal news, right?
Some of them, yeah.
She's one of the lawyers. She's the lawyer that's been sitting there the whole time with old girl, the one that keeps her tickled. Well, actually, no. Well, yeah. I think she got like 3. I want to say it's the light-skinned woman, this woman, and the dude. Yeah, she's the defense attorney. She's getting on my nerves. She has nothing. Girl, stop.
Okay. And I'll just use one example. When I See You video, these videos have millions of views.
Yes.
The Who I Smoke video has millions of views.
What point are you
But it's your
trying to
position
make,
that just normal
ma'am?
people in Jacksonville probably don't know
Damn,
about this.
I couldn't be the judge, y'all. I couldn't be
Okay.
the judge.
All right. So you wouldn't agree with me that it's common knowledge that in Jacksonville, that Young and Ace was shot in this 2018 town center shooting?
Once again, I would probably venture to say what the definition of common knowledge is, that not everybody in Jacksonville is going to be aware of that, no.
Okay, so I'm not asking about what everyone knows. I'm not asking for every person that has ever, touched foot in Jacksonville. I'm saying generally, that people who watch the news, who are on social media, who maybe listen to rap music, or who just live in Jacksonville and are concerned about the safety of their community, that in common knowledge, people are aware that these things are going on.
That shootings in Jacksonville occur, yes.
Specifically, that shootings between ATK, 1200, 6 Block are going on.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. The shooting that happened in 2018 at the town center, that was on the news.
Yes, ma'am.
That was highly publicized on the news as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the subject of the When I See You video.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The one that has millions of views.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so the music videos that we watched on Direct, the ones that we just saw, those aren't the only drill music videos that exist within this amount of time, within this, let's say 2021, 2023 time period.
No, ma'am.
There are a couple others, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with a song named Dead Ops by Julio Fulio?
Yes, ma'am. Are you speaking about number one or number two?
I was gonna go to that one next. Are
Okay.
you familiar with Dead Ops too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You familiar with Beatbox
By which artist?
by Julio Fulio?
Yes, ma'am.
And you familiar with WWE by Julio Fulio?
No, ma'am, I am not.
Okay. The four that we mentioned before, Dead Ops 2, and Beatbox. You've watched those videos, I'm sure, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are videos that you also use to assist you in your investigation of these crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Those are videos that you've reviewed and analyzed the lyrics of as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so while we're doing that, those videos are videos that you also just sort of viewed on YouTube the same way you did the other ones, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to introduce Defense Exhibit 1A through E as a composite into evidence.
We're in the state's case. Are you objecting to them introducing evidence during your case in chief?
We are objecting, Your Honor, as it relates specifically to 1D and 1E for efficiency purposes. No objection as to 1A and 1B
Okay.
and C.
So 1A, 1B, and 1C, you agree to allow them to introduce during your case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? So as to the others, you said D and E, you object?
Yes, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, if this witness is not familiar, and lack of authentication as to those videos, and then cumulative as the fifth video was already played in the state's case.
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to remove WWE, and I believe D is already in evidence, so no problem with
Okay,
that.
so we're left with Dead
A through
Ops
C.
1 and 2 and Beatbox?
Correct.
Okay, so
It's A through C.
defense exhibits 1A, 1B, and 1C will be admitted.
Your Honor, I seek to publish those to the jury now.
Sure?
Let's start with Beatbox. Part 1. And in the beginning of that video, that's Julio Fulio that's rapping in the video, right?
Yes, ma'am, that is
Okay.
Charles Jones.
And at the beginning of the video, he gets out of the vehicle and stands over a guy with a gun and kills him in the video.
Yes.
All right, and that what he has is what looks like a 9mm with a drum attached, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a 9mm, but it was a handgun.
A handgun.
Yep.
Is it better? A handgun with a drum attached.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the drum, the purpose of that is to put more bullets in it,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So that the handgun will shoot much more than what it would normally shoot if it didn't have that attached to it,
Correct.
right? Now he starts at the end of the song and he says, he wants to list his dead ops, right?
Yes.
And then he goes through the entirety of the song listing people that have died from the other gang. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So I heard, and just tell me if I'm correct, I heard Michi was one of the people that he listed.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard Leaky was one of the people that he mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard Busta that caught one to the face. Did you hear that?
I heard that, but I'm not sure who Busta is.
Okay. I heard a reference to the 2018 shooting about Ace being the only one to survive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is another song where he's discussing that 2018 shooting,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And this song was also published to YouTube.
Yes, it was.
Do you recall how many views this video has?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Would taking a look at the actual video on YouTube help to refresh your recollection on how many views it has?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so just take a look. If you just, I'll scroll down. Sorry, y'all, I didn't ask for permission to approach the witness.
I can see it, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It
Does
says,
that refresh your,
it says 30 million views, and the video was posted 4 years ago.
okay, so that's an additional 30 million views to the other, almost 100 million views on what.
I wish this heifer would just, I wish I knew and understand why she's so focused on these views of these videos. We all know the shit get views. We all know, you know, I'm just trying to understand, is she just up there to ask questions to make it seem like she's putting on the defense because she's not? I'm not getting it, but okay, let's listen.
I see you and who I smoke, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact numbers, but that would be an additional 30 million, yes, ma'am.
Okay, would taking a look at the views on who I smoke and when I see you, would that refresh your recollection as to how many views?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Melissa, she has nothing in my Rudy Huxtable voice. Nothing. But a giggly ass client who don't realize
It says
that
69
her life
million
is on the
views.
line.
69
I'm
million.
sorry.
And for who I smoke,
57 million views.
okay, so we have 57 million views for who I smoke, 69 million views for when I see you, and 30 million views for Dead Ops.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I don't really feel like doing math right now, but it's definitely over 100, right?
Correct.
Over 130, right?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, let's go to Dead Ops.
This time maybe approach.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, go ahead, play the next two videos. We need to wrap this up, okay?
Yes, Okay, what do you recognize that video to be?
That they're at Melvin Park.
Or specifically the name of the song, sorry, I didn't ask
Oh,
that. Right.
that was the Beatbox remix.
Okay. One of the videos that you mentioned that you have viewed in your investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it wasn't just Julio Fulio in that video, there's someone else rapping as well, right?
Correct,
You know-
Kojak.
Kojak. And who is he connected to?
He is 6 Block.
All right. And there were other people in the video, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There was even a little boy in the video, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who that little boy is?
No, ma'am.
You haven't identified him as a member of any sort of gang connected to this, right?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
No, ma'am. I don't know who he is.
Okay. All right. And do you know or do you recall how many views that video has?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay. We're taking it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, y'all put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. Miss B, Melissa, one of y'all put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. Oh, that's funny, man. Wow. Y'all put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me so I can end the screen. I just don't want to, the stream, I'm sorry. I just don't want to end it without, So y'all can't hear me? All right, y'all, I'm going to end it. Apparently, Law and Crime got a name. I've been streaming Law and Crime. I've been streaming Law and Crime for a long time, so apparently they done got in their feelings or whatever. I don't know. But anywho, I figured out, and I may come back tomorrow with clips from today. Because they're going to, at the end of court today, they're going to private it. This is what they've been doing. They've been going live, streaming live, private in the videos, and private in the lives, and putting up video clips. So what I'll do is check and see if they got any clips of the rest of today, and I'll probably get into them tomorrow. If not, I'll come in tomorrow and let y'all know what direction we're going in. Until then, y'all have a blessed, beautiful day. I may see y'all later or maybe not. Y'all got it. I may see y'all later today or maybe not. I don't know. But either way, y'all have a blessed, beautiful day. Thank y'all for supporting the live. And I will see y'all. I'll see y'all later.